Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for those of you who are paranoid, Friday the 13th, February the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room. Excellent. So you guys, everything's good in both rooms. Excellent to start. All right, guys. Let's see. This one, MLEC, is leading the charge this morning, up 105%. Announced the results of this is not a bio. I could have swore I thought this was going to be a bio, but announces the results of a crushing process for safflower platform. Okay, so this is a MLEC, very, very low float, 520,000 in the float. Next high looking left is around $13. So what's the spread like? Actually, spread isn't terrible right now. Oh, I'm sure it is a pump and dump. Of course, anything that less than, well, even less than probably 20 million, but 520,000. But all we try to do is take advantage of it, okay, as best we can without getting crazy. RVNL, this is a two-timer for Rivian. So Rivian is an earnings play, actually. So you can see that this RVNL, so if you thought Rivian was, well, actually, there's hardly any volume yet on that, only 19,000. So let's take a look at Rivian. Rivian, RIVN, is an earnings play. 7 million have traded already. So that's a big move with 803 million in the float. So that is a big move for Rivian. See what is surges as upcoming affordable SUV powers EV delivery forecast. Anyway, yeah, so that's Rivian, RIVN. Big move for Rivian. Corsair, this is an earnings play also. CRSR. I think I had one of their mice a long time ago. I might have even had a keyboard from them a long time ago, not anymore. But anyway, here's Corsair, CRSR. Moving 36%, 46 million in the float. Now, guys, okay, the market. I'm just looking at the market. I guess the market had some, I don't know, CPI number that came out at 830, popped it a bit, and trying to hold its gains. Will today be a day in which the market actually recovers from yesterday? There's the 200. There's the VWAP. See if we can hold over the VWAP for a while anyway. DraftKings, I'm just looking at some, so this is DKNX. This is a way to take advantage. How much volume? Well, this is a long, okay, if you thought DraftKings was going to recover, yeah, you could, not much volume yet, but if you thought DraftKings was going to recover, you could buy this one. This will give you double a move. But right now, DraftKings, where are you? DKNG, there you are, down 12% on earnings. Having a little bit of a pop here. DKNG, though, down on earnings. Another one that's down on earnings is Pinterest, PINS. Another one down on earnings. Big drop. Look at that. 20% drop, 589 million in the float. These are big percentage moves of those folks, in my opinion, anyway. PINS down on earnings. Roku is up on earnings. ROKU. Big move, guys. Through the 200-day moving average. The next high is looking left, maybe coming into stern resistance. Looks like around 98. A couple of daily highs are there. Mason Meyer in our YouTube room asking my opinion on ALMS. I don't see it today. I know it's been active. ALMS. Yeah, there's no volume on it yet, so I don't know what to say about it. I mean, the high last month was 28, 22, so it's close to that level. I don't really have any opinion on it right now because there's no volume on it. I don't see any news on it. Strong stock, though, no question. Strong stock, holding in that daily pattern. But what it does when the market opens at 9:30, I don't know. There's just no volume on it right now at 563 shares have traded. Bros, Dutch Brothers. Bros is an earnings play also. BROS is an earnings play. This one, I mean, what's been happening in the market over the last little while, I mean, I'd be looking at these things as potential fades. This is, it's got a ways to go. I thought maybe if the 200-day moving average is a little bit closer, but it still has a ways to go. 61.50 or so is the 200-day. So let's see how close, if it wants to keep moving higher, how close it gets to the 200-day moving average. MGRT, why is this one down? MGRT. What's a China stock? I don't know. I know William, you said, well, yeah, but it's down 39%. Don't know why it's down. I cannot, well, I don't know why it was up. Probably that's a better, I don't even remember seeing this one yesterday, to be honest. I don't remember this one getting up to 1750. I don't really recall this one at all yesterday. But anyway, it is now down 40%. There's where it closed. So it got up to 1750, closed here at 1230 or so. And now it's off 40% from that close. William is going to keep his eye on Expedia. Is this an earnings play? EXPE? Well, it has to be. Actually, it doesn't have to be. Well, it is an earnings play. Okay. Expensive one. Wonder if they have an ETF. Must have an ETF. One moment as I rearrange something on my other monitor. Well, and here's EXPE is right at the 200-day moving average area. I mean, it's at the 200-day moving average is 218, so it's actually $4 under. So this could be interesting. I mean, will it come back? Or, it's right down through that 200-day moving average. So Moderna was an earnings play. I don't see it. Just looking through my, I'm just looking through my earning. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, up 1.6. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. Okay, of course, because it's only up 1.7%. These are the top 15. Okay, in terms of a percentage move. So there's Moderna. Okay, and it's above yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 45.48. So it certainly has some room. So they released this morning. Okay, thank you, William. And it was a what? A beat raise. Okay. Did they lose money really? Moderna loses money? Probably. Yeah, because I don't remember seeing MGRT at all yesterday. Let's see when it started making its move. Well, 1:45. Well, yeah, 2 o'clock. I left right around 2 o'clock. So yeah, maybe a little after. I don't really remember this one though. Anyway, MLEC popping to 12. Yes, it's at, so that was the high. 13 is the high now in the pre-market. And when you look left, there is the high, 13, a few days ago, a few weeks ago. Really? They lost that much? Wow. $2.11 a share. I had no idea. IMUX, morning shot in our YouTube room. IMUX, where are you? IMUX, there you are. IMUX is not an earnings play, but they did a financing at 85 cents. So it's popping a little bit above the financing price. Really hasn't hindered it at all. Okay, and that is IMUX, raising $400 million. $400 million for this little company, IMUX. It's pretty amazing. 85 cents. Obviously, there are a lot of shares coming on the market then, or I don't know if this is in that float, but still, that is a lot of money to raise for this little bio. 119 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float stock. And this VTAC had a pop, but my guess is that it is dropped. Yeah, so it had a pop up to 175, back down to 148. And I don't, this is the news from yesterday, securing $36.5 million in strategic institutional financing to accelerate growth. That was yesterday's news. And I don't really see that it did much for it. So I see that Bitcoin is having a little bit of a move today. So here are a couple of ways to play it, I suppose, or at least a coin. Okay, $6. How much volume? Actually, a lot of volume. So if you thought that Coinbase, if you thought Coinbase was going to keep moving, it's actually an earnings play. Coinbase is actually an earnings play. Okay, I mean it's been hit hard, of course, with Bitcoin moving down for the last several weeks. But this is actually an earnings play. So if you thought that it was going to keep moving higher, there's a way in which you can play two ways, I guess. Which has more volume. COIG, yeah. So CONL definitely. CONL, way more volume. You'll get double the move. So remember though what that means. If you took this one, if coin the stock moved up 1%, this would move up 2%. But again, if coin moves down 1%, it will move down 2%. That's plenty of volume, 4.2 million. It depends how you feel about it in terms of what you think Coinbase is going to continue to do. This is actually shortable for me, though. I don't know if there's a short version of it, but there is. I bet you Coney. I bet you this one is. Yeah, so this is the short, but it's pretty expensive. So yeah, so if you thought that it was finally going to lose some steam, coin, then you could buy this and it would move up. But pretty expensive. The whole idea of a lot of those ETFs is that they're a lot cheaper than the stock. So yes, this is cheaper, but this is way cheaper. And so I actually could short this if I wanted to at Interactive Brokers. Oh yeah, from the pre-market, yeah, with accounting irregularities and yeah, all those things. Yeah, it made my day after a pretty interesting day yesterday. Yeah, Pinterest is when you look at the daily chart. Well, actually, let me take a look here. Position and lifetime range. Well, it is a very it's near the lifetime low. Okay, so let's take a look at Pinterest, PINS. The next, wow, you have to even go back further. Far back I have to go here. 1422 right here. So 1338. So the next low looking left is in 6 years ago almost, April of 2020. April of 2020. So that is the next low looking left for PINS. And then before that, the month before that, it was 1010. Well, yeah, Pinterest looks pretty bleak right now. PINS. PJ, you're a funny man. SRTS, what's this one doing? SRT, Census Healthcare. All right. Well, this is an earnings play. Very few shares, though, SANS. So we got DraftKings. So some name companies that have released earnings, not good so far. Okay. You got DraftKings, UKNG. We have Pinterest. This is, I don't know how big a name it is. I mean, I've certainly seen this one many times. Pretty cheap, though. CHRS. I'm looking for a more traditional one. Remember the days, NUS? Remember the days of NUS and the other one, the two battling billionaires? One had NUS, and I can't remember. The other one was, what's wrong with me? They used to always sort of trade in tandem. But look at this now, new skin, NUS. And this is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. By the way, through the 200-day moving average, I'm going to go over some. Well, I'll go over them now. Look at XLK, guys. So XLK, I'm sorry, not XLK, but I want to get XLF up. But okay, take a look at some of the major ETFs, major sectors. So tech got hit yesterday. You can see that. There's the 200-day moving average, the rising 200-day moving average getting closer. But the one I wanted to look at was financials. Look at this. Look at financials, guys. Underneath the 200-day moving average, closed underneath, and basically flat right now. But man, through the 200-day moving average for the financial sector. Just look at some of the other ones. Healthcare is still pretty strong, way above that 200-day moving average. We haven't seen the financials underneath the 200-day moving average for a long time. Yeah, so materials moving away. Industrials, I think they're also moving away. Yes, I really just want. Well, take a look at. I mean, energy has been just on fire. A little bit of a blip yesterday, but I mean, it's been on fire for many weeks now. But it's the troubling one definitely is financials, XLF, and we're past. We're out, we don't have earnings season anymore for the big guys, so the big financials. So not sure what's going to make a recovery. TPH, I haven't talked about this one. This is an earning. Sorry, this is a buyout. TPH is a buyout. $4.2 billion acquisition by I think it was Sumitomo. Sumitomo has agreed to acquire forestry. That makes sense. Okay. So that is a big buyout, 6%. Nice to be a shareholder waking up to that this morning. Yeah, isn't that you're so correct, William? Especially both of those. Yeah, transport. Yeah, like shipping, freight transport. Always a good barometer of what's happening. But financials, that's a major one. Take a look at the SPY. Just want to see what the SPY is doing. Not so much today, but I mean, there's the monthly SPY. I mean, it's still. I mean, we've had a bad month. We haven't taken out. We're basically at the low of last month. We get a weekly chart up. Yeah, I mean, we're still in an uptrend, but maybe topping. Yeah, I mean, couldn't quite make it to 700. Boris Mistrevsky. I'm getting better, Boris. Every day. Well, that's my goal, Boris. That's my day. Every day. A little bit better. we're having fun. At least I'm having fun with Boris. Try not to mispronounce his name too much. Yes, Monday is a market holiday. Yeah, yeah, 3-day week. Of course, I remember Boris Becker. Of course, retired early. I remember when he tried to make a comeback, maybe 10 years ago, and he was bound and determined just to use his old wooden racket. You remember that? Do you remember that though? He was going to use his old or his certainly not an oversized racket, or but I think it was a wooden racket also. He said, "I can do it." Yeah, he couldn't. All right. Um, SEI. This is not an earnings play. Well, MLEC, let's say, yeah, the VWAP is there. Yeah, it's coming into the VWAP. And of course, that's such a low float. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything with this, but and the third Boris Yeltsin. Oh, that was a character. Yeah, no kidding. Those were the days, my friend. RELX. Let's see what this one is doing. RELX. This is not an earnings play. Volume is starting to pick up. RELX. The next high looking left is 31.33 or so. So there is a little bit of room. Let's see if there's any news on this one. This is out of Europe. European software stocks stage cautious recovery. The headline I'm seeing here, which is why I guess RELX is moving up a little bit. That's funny, William. That is very funny. Yeah, of course. How can we? Yeah, a more recent Boris Johnson with the hair. All right, we're really yeah, Boris from Bullwinkle. Yeah. Okay, we're really getting off topic, guys. Maybe one day we'll just do. Maybe one day we'll just do a whole 6 hours of hilarity. Maybe one day a week. Take a break. Okay, ANEL. Okay, so this is the AENET. So this, I don't know if this is earnings play. AENT. I don't see it, so I don't know if it's an earnings play. Let me take a look at it. ANET. It is an earnings play. Okay, so Arista Networks. This is an earnings play, and it's starting to sink. Okay, well, sink. It's starting to fade. Okay, I really have no faith in any of these earnings plays that you're going to hold these gains. If the market is still sort of too jittery right now, doesn't mean they're all going to do that. Remember yesterday? I mean, the FSLY was awesome all day. Now it was a cheap earnings play, but I mean, it was really awesome all day. It finally had a pullback at the end, but boy, oh boy, that was a nice one from our AI. That I cannot help you with, Afizi. So you had to call Interactive Brokers? No, I cannot tell you that's ever happened to me, though I rarely trade in the pre-market or get out of a trade in the pre-market. So I don't know if it had pre-market. You cannot go limit order. You probably know that though. You have to go mark. I'm sorry, you have to go limit order in the pre-market. You cannot go market order if that's what you're trying to do. So right, guys, I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So just give me a moment as I save this layout. Moderna, I'm hearing Moderna, guys. So Moderna must be moving higher. I'm going to assume it's moving higher. Okay, and now I want to get the top six. Show the top six. See if there's anyone that's in here that we didn't talk about. So we talked about the MLEX. Sorry, the MLEC. This is the double Rivian. Okay, this is Rivian. This is an ETF for Rivian. We talked about this is a buyout TPX. We talked about VTAC and Corsair and IMUX. So no trades allowed for MLEC on. Well, I wonder about Monica. You're in the room. Did you try to trade this one yesterday or today? MLEC or anybody with Interactive Brokers? So SKM. Okay, so SKM and Monica says it's okay to trade MLEC at Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. So just think or swim. Hmm. But as was told yesterday, all you have to do is ask them, get them to waive that. I'm not sure if you could waive it universally or you have to waive it one by one on a pop-up, but it looks like you can. Yeah, but by that time, PJ, it's something like this. By the time you get through to somebody, so it's universal. So okay, so Obi says it's universal. So all you have to do is call Thinkorswim, okay, or Schwab or whoever it is, and say, listen, lift restrictions, and they're going to make you probably swear that you understand the risk and all that. Okay, it's good for 1 year. Interesting. Okay, I think with IB, somebody said that you get a pop up. I think somebody told me yesterday that there's a pop up that you can just click on, and that'll allow you to trade it. I thought that's what somebody said. Some broker had it. All right, guys, we have another minute and a half before the 9:30 open. Well, this is definitely not shortable for me at Interactive Broker. There are no shorts available readily for MLEC. So even the live chats, are you? Yeah, I was wondering how do you get a hold of some of these people on the phone so you can use a live chat? Cool. Yeah, this could be the type of cheap earnings play, Corsair, kind of like the FSLY yesterday that did not care what the market was doing. Hey guys, we have 30 seconds for the till the 9:30 open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down a little bit. Corsair may run right off the bat, though. It may run. But if it does run, I mean, $6.98, $7 to me looks like resistance. could be some resistance. Some resistance. Okay. I'm looking at a couple of weekly highs. Looking left, and here we go. Okay, guys. I mean, it may look. It may blow right through that, but there are a lot of shares available for me to short. I mean, it may blow right through this. 694 though. Looking at the 694, one weekly high, and the other one was 684. So in that level, if it gets through seven, I'm going to put a price alert in this area. Maybe if it gets close again, and if it gets through seven, then the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is around 843. So there will be plenty of room. Okay, so what is the market doing right now? So we're basically flat right now. And again, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Look at Rivian now, guys. RIVN. Yeah, NCI from yesterday. NCI from yesterday. Big pop. A lot of volume just came in. NCI from yesterday, or actually, well, 2 days ago, it had the big pop up to 330. Closed here at 264, but all the way down to 137, but closed at two, a little over two. Now trying to move again. This is China stock. Well, yeah, Shaw. I mean, I'm talking to Shaw in her YouTube room. When I say I wait until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. Doesn't mean, that's all. It doesn't mean that that's when I start to trade for sure. Pinterest, boy, it had a pop way up to 14, and then the drop. Boy, it drove right up to 1460, and then dropped down to 1380. So still a little bit frisky yet, but hanging around the $14 level. All right, guys. Well, I might be, well, when I say wrong, I mean Corsair looks like it wants to take out these highs, but it's right there now, right at that daily high of 694. It's a little bit above it now, and there you go. So it's at it. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it right now, but like if this keeps running, it's going to run without me. I'd love to see it maybe hang hang here. It looks like it's not going to though. Well, if you took it, you've got some room on the weekly chart anyway. The weekly chart up to as I said before, around 844. Hmm. Yeah, this is really moving now. It's not a high float, it's not a low float. 46 million in the float. It's not. As I said, it sort of reminded me of FSLY yesterday, just because of the price. It was an earnings play that basically flew under the radar the entire day in terms of what the overall market was doing. Well, congrats if anybody took it right off the bat. Yeah, this gets all jumbled up. I don't want to stop it again. This will smooth out eventually. So NC won the first race. Next high looking left is the 2 day high is 340. I mean, it's a low float, 15.9 million, not crazy low, and it's a China stock. We got up to 320. We're back down just a little under three right now. Yeah, Corsair is just ripping. Fresh, I think, was an earnings play yesterday. Might have been an FRSH. Was that an earnings play yesterday? February 10th post-market. So no, it was on the 10th right here. What Pinterest is, yeah, I mean, it's still hanging around the 14 level. Was Iridium an earnings play yesterday? Yeah. So look, this is great. Look at this, guys. This is a great continuation off earnings for Iridium IRDM. Look what it did yesterday. This is this reaction to earnings, but more importantly, look what it did. It closed right at the high. This did not get affected by the market at all. You know, there was no pullback at all. I mean, it's pretty impressive. It closed right at the high of the day yesterday, and it's extending its gains today. That is for IRDM, Iridium. On the monthly chart, let's see, could it go? 2531 is the next line, the monthly chart, probably the same. But yeah, so about 25, not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is, so on a weekly chart, it still does have some money. Yesterday, it got through the 200-day moving average, okay, and held above it. Market is still kind of hanging around flat on the SPY anyway. There's that VWAP. Let's see if the VWAP can hold it, or is it going to start its descent again down? And we have a halt now. Oh, MGRT. Oh, it's got halted on the way down. No, it got halted on the way up. Excuse me. It got halted on the way up. Well, I think of the MLEC that was around the 12 mark, and now it halted at 985 on the way down. But MGRT, what's the float in that one? 3.75 million in the float. So yeah, so it's still well below yesterday's close, but of course it had the massive pop yesterday, but just got halted on the way up. MGRT. Let's see what it could open at. Okay, so this blue window that I'm showing you, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price of 801. This column trying to show you maybe where it could open. Gives you an idea, glimpse into the future. Not really telling us much. 802, so it's closed. It's halted at 801 a lot of times. So if you're in this one right now, of course, what you want to see right now is maybe that column adjusts upwards to a number a little bit more. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 802, but it's certainly not giving us any real clue as to where it's going to open. Usually, the first halt is decent. Decent meaning that it can pop above the halt price. Okay. Maybe that the Adams handler putting that on. CLYM with a $23 price target. UVLT guys, so Data Vault AI, this was a super active one a few weeks ago, got all the way up to, oh, all the way up, sorry. I thought there was 15, well, $1.50. So anyway, Data Vault trying to have maybe get over $1, but Expedia. So William, did you take this on the bounce or I guess on the bounce, right? Okay, guys. So Corsair CRSR is still hanging over 7. It's not didn't win a race. It's not in this list. Here it is. Come on, stop moving. Here you are. So I don't have to take the symbol in. So CRSR. So it's still hanging over $1. Sorry, over $7. The VWAP is up here. It's hard to see. Well, it's right there. Okay, 684. It's within the wave, so it's hard to see it. But there's the VWAP around 690-ish, 90-ish. So it kind of came into it a little bit. Looks like maybe the VWAP will hold it, act as support for a while anyway. So if that's the style of trading, keep an eye. See if it challenges the VWAP again. Yep. Yeah, well, here we go again, guys. It's like another down day in the market. Aha, interesting. So Corsair is actually in our RAI also. Okay, guys, moment of truth right now. Will it hold 7? Will it hold 7? I'm talking about the CRSR. Even for these stocks that are, in theory, flying under the radar of what the overall market does, I'm just finding it hard to commit to going long anything when the market is looking like this. But, I have to sort of shake that a little bit because these stocks typically, especially when like a cheap earnings play, they don't care that much. I'd much rather look on the short side. But okay, Corsair is holding 7. It's holding 7. It's doing its level best to hold 7. And again, I'm talking about the CRSR. Ugh, that's a big. Nothing's helping this. I mean, I guess some CPI number came out. Some number came out at 8:30. It popped the market, but market is not happy right now. Take a look. I just want to take a look at XLF, the financials, and see how bleak it is still. It's down, down a little bit, but there's that 200-day moving average. It's very, very troubling. I see MLEC woke came out of it. I have a theory, Obi. All right, guys. Corsair trying to hold 7. Okay, trying to hold 7. Trying to hold 7. It's holding 7 very nicely so far. I was thinking of waiting maybe for a re-entry, but I think it looks well. It would have to get all the way down to 673. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it works. I'm in it. The CRSR. About in right around the 15 level. So I want to see if it gets back down to the. I think we're close to. But I'm in definite scalp mode here. We talk about the Corsair. Again, I was kind of waiting to see if it would hit the stop here and get halfway between for our reentry, but all right, DraftKings is trying to have a bit of a comeback here. DKNG trying to have a bit of a comeback. It's still down for the day. It is an earnings play down for the day, but it's trying to have a bit of a comeback. DKNG, but whoa! Speaking of comebacks, holy smokes! Look at this. Remember that this was red all the way down here and almost to the end, like almost with the 5 month, almost with 5 minutes concluded. But it look what it did. It got all the way back here, just in the nick of time before this bar closed. Now look at it. Well, maybe a different spin on things. Well, that's the stop for CR. Okay, so I was wondering if it would hit the stop and then come halfway between and give us a reentry. That's what the reentry does, but it obviously didn't. Well, DraftKings, yeah. I mean, this is obviously this market bounce is DraftKings is tagging along. It's an earnings play, so it's still down a lot, but it is tagging along on this market bounce. Gosh, I don't know why this gets all jumbled up like this. I could. Yeah, Pinterest is also having a bounce too. PINS, along with DraftKings, a couple of beaten down earnings plays this morning, but having a bounce with the market. First Advantage. What is this? Is this a bank? No, it is not a bank. Okay, so this is moving down for some reason. I don't see any news. It is not an earnings play that I can see. Boy, DraftKings continues, guys. DraftKings continues on the bounce. I would if I were playing this, if you I would have an eye on the SPY or some other way to track the overall market. Maybe probably the SPY to make sure this bounce continues. Well, Adam, yeah, my goodness, I didn't really think too much about this one. This came from the our AI too. I didn't think too much about this one. Wow, that's a nice move. That is a nice move, Adam. ATOM. Actually, it's an earnings play. I didn't realize it was an earnings play. With the alert from the AI at 289, and that's a massive percentage move. ETOM. Now, next high looking left, 344. So you have to maybe worry, not worry, but well, yeah, be aware of that. I don't know about a worry of it, but I mean, be aware of that next high. It's gone semi-parabolic here. Another earnings play guide. Now, Toast, TOST, this is an earnings play, and it released earnings after hours yesterday. So here's the reaction today. And the next high looking left is 29.45. So there's a little bit of room, and it's been holding. It hasn't had very many pullbacks or anything. So, yeah, as opposed to Rivian. I mean, Rivian is an earnings play. It's still up for the day, but it is fading. It is starting to fade. Been very choppy to begin with, but it is starting to fade. Another earnings play, guys. Yelp is another earnings play. Boy, underneath the whole number of 21, what's the volume like? 359,000 shares, not a ton of volume, but 13 times normal. Yelp is an earnings play, YELP, and just underneath the whole number. All right, Corsair, are you going to do this dance at 7 again? You know what, guys? Yeah, I took myself out of this. I just don't like the way it's trading right now. Basically flat. Okay, I was in around 715. It got back up to the 720 mark. So I just don't like the way it's. I may get it back in it if it takes out the high of the day. But I basically took myself out of that trade, the Corsair trade. This could be one of those all dayers, guys. You know, this toast TOST over the whole number. It has not had a major pullback. It's above the certainly it's above the VWAP. When I say an all dayer, it could be one of these ones that's just all day long. It's above yesterday's high or right at yesterday's high. Let's take a look. 28.26. So it's right at yesterday's high. If we can take yesterday's high out, then the next high is 29.40. So it did get a little bit, I think it got a little bit above yesterday's high at 28.38. So yeah, I'll put a price alert around the 28.30 mark. See if it gets back there again. The big float, so it shouldn't be incredibly volatile. Ah, look at Corsair, you miserable. That's okay. Well, I'm not. Well, it's at the high now. Wow, now it's really going. Well, going without me. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of the. Okay, Yelp is, as I said before, is it a lifetime low? Not a lifetime low. It's near the low, but it's not. Ah, look at Corsair. Why did you have to do that to me? If I'd been in earlier, I could have rode the wave a little bit better, but I was not in earlier. So Anyway, maybe some of you guys stuck with it. Well, if I'd been in here, obviously, down here, I could have rolled that wave and withstood that little pullback. But because I was in at 715, I didn't trust that it would, not break down through 715 or down through seven. So okay. I mean, I would do it again because I love holding it. I love watching, like being in it until the wave breaks. But it's predicated on, of course, it being in a lot earlier. Yeah, the markets are wild. I mean, that is the wild bar, guys, because I don't know that might have zipped up. That might have zipped up just before the bar closed because this was red all the way down there. That might have. I don't know at what point this got up there. I'd have to look at a 1 minute chart, I guess. But and then it closed. It closed positive, and then boom. But now, yeah, the market is just super choppy. All right, guys. Yelp. Yelp. MGRT got resumed again. Boy, Rivian just completely lost it. When it broke underneath that VWAP, look out below now. It's still positive for the day, but it's an earnings play, but just completely lost it. From the highs here, 17, 18, dollar and a half drop. Okay, Hercules. This is an earnings play, guys. Hercules is HTGC is an earnings play. Okay, I'm interested in a short on this one underneath the VWAP. No, DraftKings kept moving well, and it's actually doing it now without the market help. Okay, I mean the market is chopping at right around that VWAP area, but DraftKings continues to move higher, coming back. Okay, guys, I've taken this HTGC short. Yeah, no recommendation to do the same, but this is from the Williams scan. Just trying to see, and it's an earnings play, so we'll see what happens here. It's popping a little bit, kind of right where I shorted it, or at the 1550 mark, but I'm going to try to break down below the VWAP. Just going to give this a little bit longer before maybe I exit for a little loss. I just want to see what it does right here. See if it can hold that 1560 and move below it again. Yelp. Okay, well, at least Yelp is doing it. And when I talk about William Scan, I'm talking about this. So you see where the Yelp was, 2098, a suggestion to short. And that's where I found the HTGC also from the William Scan. See if we can get it back down to at least where I shorted it, right around the 1550 mark. Wow, fast morning, 10:01 already, guys. So I'm going to be going over my homepage, including all the races, scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Just waiting on this one to see if we can get back down to the 1550 mark and maybe move down below. If it pops up, if it gets into probably 1562, I'm going to take myself out of it just because I don't want to. It might not. It just may not be dynamic enough. Yelp was very dynamic. Okay, as I'm waiting, let's see if I can just wait a bit and see and talk about my homepage. What, William? You're going along Yelp? Yeah, I'm short. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. But you know me. Well, I'm glad you did that because I always take some off, getting close to a whole number. So I'm trying to hold on though. But you've had a nice little bounce. No, no, no. I'm good. I'm good. The problem with HTGC for me, it's just not dynamic enough right now, and I don't feel like just kind of watching it a bit. I know I could put price alerts on there, but I mean, I just don't feel like watching it that much. But I also don't want to escape too early. I just want to see if I can get back down to the 1550. All right. Well, as I'm waiting, I guess I've already got a price alert at the 1550 mark. Oh, boy, that Corsair is too bad for me. All right, guys. So let me go over my homepage and what you can find on my homepage. Okay. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, you can use my promo code Barry22. That will get you 22% off the first month only. Please listen carefully. The first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, and that is for both the plans that we've got, the standard or premium plan. Okay. So again, if you take out a monthly subscription, which is fine, But remember, you're only going to get that discount on the first month only. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It will change from time to time, of course. Why? Because it helps to keep these rooms free. I said rooms plural. I moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room. Okay. The company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see it being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. For those of you who are on YouTube and maybe you don't know, we have another room called the trading room. It's a lot more active, a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Um, Also, it's open at 6:45. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you again, Obi, for opening this room at 6:45. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, chatting amongst other traders, you can come into this room. I get on the mic. Both rooms are around 9 o'clock. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even after I leave, William in the trading room usually keeps the room open later. Today's Friday, so it might be, well, it's up to him. It's always up to him. Maybe he's going to keep it open to 3:30 or so, or not. He'll let us know later. But on a big day, usually this room is open from about 6:45 to say 3:45. So actually, he's just telling me now, it's going to be 3:45-ish. Okay? Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just watching this HTGC again. I just either crack through 1550 or take me out at 1562. And again, I have it thumbnailed on another chart. Okay, so that's why. Well, I have it here too, but I have a thumbnail on another chart, another monitor. So that's why, I'm always keeping track of what I'm in. So first thing, before you do that, if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It might be there. Okay. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the HTGC. I may look at it later if it cracks through 1550, but I'm just not. I just don't feel like hanging around watching it. Okay, so I'm out of it. Took the loss on it. So that's the trade of the week. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, is the first thing you must do. Go to the education section on my homepage, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. This is what you have to do first, mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. Covers most of the key elements of the program, okay? If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. If you take out a monthly subscription, it's just month to month. You can cancel it anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for I call them scans, but they're more than just scans or races, etc. So if you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for the information I'm currently sharing, click on the view scans, and here they are. So here are the two races, the large cap gainers right here, the biggest gainers. This is a volatile one. You'll notice that you can get some pretty, wow, look at the atom. You can get some pretty big percentage moves in this one, whereas typically, this is interesting, i.e. typically you don't get very many that are moving 1%. And I'll explain what these percentages mean, why, and what this list of stocks means, what the numbers beside them mean, etc. Because I'm going to go over this race in a little more detail. Let's see, the pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and the pre-market act goes down. I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. All right. Just give me a moment. Now, this is a trading room, okay, but it is a support room also. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Please don't be shy, okay? A lot of people just don't feel comfortable asking questions, especially if you're new to trading. Please don't feel that way. At some point, we all started out new, and I wish not just because I'm moderating this room, but I wish I had a room that I could have gone in and interacted with other traders because I feel we're a very helpful group. If I can't answer, somebody else might be able to. Okay, so please don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer that though. But I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. Okay, so Vito, it's a good question because you're asking about when you go into a channel, okay? Click on any one of the channels that are there. When you click on a symbol, it's only going to change the chart in that channel. Now, there's a way in which you can get it to change in like to your charts also, but that's the reason. Okay, there's a way if you want your charts to also change, there's a way to do it. It won't remember it though when you leave the channel, if that makes sense. But you're not doing anything wrong. Let me just show you. I think I know what you're talking about. So I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. So when you click on a channel, so I'm going to click on the most, okay, as an example. So here's a chart within it, okay. It is only directing, when you click on a symbol, it's only directing it to that chart within, well, hopefully that's not correct. Well, in this particular case, okay, depends on the channel, I guess, because okay, so the symbol linking here says link to all, which it's interesting because I think at other channels it picks a color, so it only links to the channel or to the chart that's within the channel. Let me go to another one. What one did you what channel did you look at? Let me try another one. Go to the sector status channel. Yeah, so you see what's happening here. So when I click on silver here, SLV, it's only changing that chart here. Okay. And it's not changing the charts here because if I look at the symbol linking, it's linked to the docked window. It's linked to the docked window. Okay. So that's why it's linked into this docked window. That's why. Now you can change that if you want and change the link to all. The problem is, and that's only going to affect this one. Problem is if you leave this channel and come back, it's not going to it, it's not going to remember that change. Okay, and you can't force it to remember because these channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to maybe link it to your charts also. So, Marcus, is there any reason why you want to build a dock window? I mean, I know you don't have to build a dock window. You know that you don't have to. Yeah, you can link. You can link this. Yeah, so just what I'm doing here, Vito. See, when I right click and it says symbol linking, link to the chart in the dock window. Just linking within the dock window. See how that's checked? So that's why in this one, the other one I looked at though it was linked to all. So it probably depends on the channel you're looking at. Okay. There's just a rarely talk about this because I don't want to confuse people, but yeah, in the symbol linking, it says dock window. Okay, it says dock window. So that's why it's only, it's only going to change this chart within the dock window. Okay. So you don't have to dock. Okay. You don't have to dock. I mean, I can show, I mean, there's a whole, in the guide, there's a whole section on docking, which I can direct you to, but you don't have to dock. I usually don't go over docking because it's a cumbersome process. Okay, I mean, you do it enough times, it's not that hard, but it is a bit of a cumbersome process. No, it doesn't rearrange all the windows. Well, let me go over this again then, okay? I don't talk about this enough perhaps. So if you have multiple monitors, okay, you have multiple monitors. I don't dock, everything is free floating, okay? Everything is free floating. So if you have multiple monitors, but even if you don't have multiple monitors, what you do is you take your toolbar, put it in your, but let's say you do have multiple monitors, and I'm just talking in general. I know you've got six of them, Vito, but let's say a person's got multiple monitors, but even if you don't, you only have one monitor. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what we'll call your main monitor or your main screen, main monitor, which is, that's why I've got it. That's why I've got it up here. This is of course, the monitor, the screen that I display to everybody. And then I put my windows, all my Trade Ideas windows, exactly where I want them on this monitor. But I've got a spy chart. I've got a spy chart on another monitor. Okay. I've got a couple other. My AI on my other monitor. Okay. So what you do is you just place them all exactly where you want them on all your different monitors. Once you do that, then you can go to Tools and Tools and Options. So Tools from the toolbar, and click on Options from it. You see and then go to Layouts. You see where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then you see where it says Loading Layouts. If you check Open Relative to Main Window, okay, you check that, and then save it. What'll happen is, and then when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you've always got to save everything. So even you make a change here, when you exit Trade Ideas, you have to save your layout, or at the very, very least, File, Exit. It's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. But and what happens is when you load Trade Ideas again, every window will be in the same spot. Okay? So you don't have to dock or anything like that. Every window will be look, I've been doing it for years. Okay? Every window will be in exactly where I want them to be. So I don't have to do it every single day. Well, it doesn't take time. It doesn't, when you say takes time, well, it would take time if they were jumbled up, yes. But, you just do this once. You just do this once. Go to Layouts, check Open Relative to Main Window, and save. Once you've done that once, that's it. Okay? Now I had the sector status up, so let me get that back up again before our 10:30 happens. I like to do this before 10:30 just to take a look at the major sectors to see what's happening. So I clicked on. Okay, let me back up. This is something I'm going to go over this every single day, not just because there might be just people who only want to use trade ideas this way, but I think it's a good idea to check to see what the top sectors are, the worst sectors are, what maybe the best performing stocks are within a sector, and the worst performing stocks. Okay. So if you click on Dock Channel Bar, click on from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More, and go scroll down, and where it says Sector Status, click on the Sector Status. Okay. So what you're seeing here in this top list window called sectors, these are the sectors that we're following in this particular top list window. Okay. Now, are there more sectors out there? Of course there are, but these are the ones that we're following. Okay. So you can see right off the bat, and it's sorted on the change from yesterday's close. So silver is up 4%. IBB, healthcare, bio ETF is up 2%, etc. Okay. 78%, 79% of these sectors that are in this list are up from yesterday's close. That's what that number refers to. So go to the bottom though. What's the worst one? So financials, okay. Now it's not down a huge amount, 0.5%, but financials are still weak. And remember when we looked at the financials before, starting to get well underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay, so that's how you can take a look. Okay, what's the top sector? What's the worst sector? IYT, that's the shipping sector, or shipping, well, freight. Okay, as William said, when these two are weak, it sort of gives you a bit of a clue as to where this market might be going. Well, it's the same sector list every day, Vito. Okay, it's the same sector list every single day. I mean, they may add some sectors, but it is the same. It's not like there'll be new sectors every day. I mean, they may take the symbol list that we've got and maybe add some sectors, but right now these are the ones that we're looking at. Now we have 11 of the sectors. We don't have every sector in here as a top list window, but we have 11 of them. So here's what you can do. So for instance, industrials, okay? 80% of the stocks that make up the industrials are up, and that interesting. This is a freight, isn't it? ODFL. Is it ODFL? Yeah, freight line. Is it a earnings play? So it's interesting that even though IYT, which probably it should be part of it, is down for the day, but ODFL is up. So, but what you can do is, what's the worst one? Scroll down. What's the worst one? CTAS is the worst one, down 1.7%. Okay, so that's how you can take a look, drill into these major sectors that we're covering. Look at utilities. Every single utility stock is up for the day, 100%. Not one week, not one is. Now, it doesn't mean they're all ripping higher. It just means that this is up 0.6%. Okay, it just means they're above what that number refers to. As long as it's above yesterday's close, it'll be showing up as in the 100%. If every stock is up above yesterday's close, then it'll be 100%. Let's take a look at a very weak sector. Maybe nothing is well. This one, okay. Well, financials. So 71% are down. Well, here's SPGI. This is up. Again, you can just take a look. What's the strong sector or strong stock within the sector? But scroll down. No, CB is the worst one. So you could literally do this every single day. Okay, go to find the strong sectors, find the weak sectors, drill into them, see what the strong stock is, the weak stock is, etc. Okay. So that is a way in which some of you may use trade ideas. Just use this channel, and that's it. And now we're sorting on the change from the close. If you want to sort on the change from the open, you can. We have this column header. You could do that also. Maybe that's what you want to do. Just to sort on the change from the open. But it's up to you. Okay. Yeah, you can take any. You can take any window, any top list or alert window or anything you see within a channel. You can pop it out. Okay. So how you do it? Say I wanted the sector list right here. Okay. I want to. That's probably a good idea just to track the sectors all day long. So watch what I do. If I right click in it, and you see where it says duplicate into. Now sometimes it's just going to say duplicate. Okay, but A lot of times it's going to say duplicate into a free floating window. If it just says duplicate, it's going to perform the same function. I wish it was some consistency, but anyway, duplicate into free floating window. When I do that, what happened is it popped up on one of my other monitors. Now it's free floating. Now you can take this and incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. So that's a way in which you can go to, throughout the different channels, and you can pop out something you might want and incorporate it into your layout. Now, I wouldn't go crazy and have like 30 of them, but you might want the sector. You might want the sectors up every day as part of your layout, just to keep an eye on what the individual sectors are doing. Well, all the layouts, all the channels in the channels, they're all dock layouts, okay? But you just can pop it out, okay? So you can do so if for instance, today maybe you have this one, and today maybe you want to concentrate on energy, okay? Maybe that's what you want to do, concentrate on the energy plays. So you can pop it out. It might change from day to day what you want to concentrate on. This is the best well, best. I mean, well, this is the best one if you're looking at what's like this is stocks up 100%, not up. Excuse me, 100% of them are above yesterday's close. I'm not sure I understand quite your price. Well, this is okay. I'm going to get rid of this right now. So I don't know quite what you mean. This is my layout. Okay, this is my layout that I've saved. I give it a name. So every morning, you see what I do when a moment. Remember, I have another layout that I use in the pre-market, and then what I do. So what I do is when I'm done with it, I save it, just to make sure, and then I close all my windows, so I just have the toolbar, and then I load this layout. So I'm not sure exactly, but my layout it's not a dock layout. It's just my layout, just a free floating layout. Hmm. So I bet you that coin really rocked today. If you'd taken the ETF, yeah, you'd taken that ETF that I was talking about in the pre-market. Was it C? Whoops. Oh no. Was it? I think it's CONL. Was that it? CONL is really cheap. Yeah, if you'd taken CONL, remember I was talking about this one. If you thought Bitcoin was going to keep moving, you could buy this instead of buying coin, which is a lot more expensive. You'll get double the move, plenty of volume. So you've got lots of liquidity. So that's not an issue at all. So Vito, yeah, every single day you could go to that dock channel bar and click on sector status. Take a look at whatever sector you really want to follow, and follow that all day if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's what you can do. So yeah, look at what a great move from 565 right here up to 671. It's a great percentage move. All right. So what's the market doing? So the market is still, I mean, it's dropping, but at least it's now holding over the VWAP. At least it's doing that, holding over the VWAP. Okay. It challenged it a few times in that area. So maybe, just maybe, I don't think there's no more economic numbers coming out. Okay, this is an earnings play, guys. CAE is an earnings play, 32.81. That's about 60 cents. Maybe not enough for me. It's coming from Williams Fan. Maybe not enough for me. Well, if you like it, then pop it out. And you can track it every day. Now, unfortunately, I have not had a chance to look at this. This is a. I'm still toying with it, tinkering with. Well, not really. I should. Even the weekend, I will. Remember yesterday, there was not one stock that was blue, which meant moving higher. Not one stock all day long. Maybe one at the end. Now there's nothing moving down with these filters in place. All right, Fluence, FLNC. Now, this was an earnings play a few days ago. The high over here, too close. 1834 or so, too close. Okay, 220. Well, that's a week from now, next Friday. Maybe. We've been faked out before on that, haven't we, William? So let's. How firm do they seem to be this time? Oh, that's the first time they have said anything. Okay, it's always been a rumor. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, well, next Friday. When they release it after hours or before the market opens or midday? Shoot, CAE moved. I'm just looking at Williams. Ah, all right, HASI, HASI. Where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance? The next high on a monthly chart is right there, 39.67, 39.50. What month was that? That was, that was 5 years ago. Sorry, not 5 years ago. It was 3 years ago. Now, somebody asked me about Alm in the pre-market, okay, and it wasn't trading at all. But here, I think somebody in our YouTube room, who was that? Oh, Alms. It was Alms, not Alm. Here's Alm though. Almighty Industries, Almonte Industries. Yeah, I mean it could not break down through 20. and you're right, William, it got right to the VWAP. I was obviously right around this area, out the balance, but I took some off at the 20 level, right around the 20 level. It's not it was not really a smooth wave down as I would phrase it, but shoot. So silver, here's SVM. Remember, silver was a top sector, was the top sector. Here's SVM. Really? Okay. So still down 8%, but you think it has more recovery in it. Interesting. Okay. What a difference from yesterday when everything was red. Not one, I think maybe one at the very, just before maybe I left the room. What I'm going to do on this one, though, I'm going to have to firm it up. It's just getting too many alerts. Okay, well, what I've done here now, I want to see. I want to see the next alert I get from this. Okay, what it looks like. Whoa! So this F. Okay, here's one. UMC. I want to see what it looks like. Okay. See, what I've done is I've restricted it when I get the alert. It has to be. It can't be more than 2% above yesterday's close. So it might be just starting out, or and it can't be more than 2% down from yesterday's close. I want to see. I want to sort of track these now. Again, these might be just starting out. Low relative volume. That's what I'm looking for. Low relative volume, maybe just starting out. Okay, Adam. So this is a little earnings play. Well, this is interesting. I mean, it's fairly low float, 30 million in the float. It's just now it's sort of basing right here, right at the VWAP. There are shorts available for me in case it wants to plunge through the VWAP, but it's a pretty strong little earnings play. But look what it did. What did it get up to? 343, and what did it get to? 339. So that that has blocked it for a while. But even if it got through that, it's not 350. So this might be it. Based on these two daily charts, might be it. That you guys in the JDZ. That's a tough one to say. JDZG. Volume came in. It's hanging at the VWAP. It popped up and it came right back down. So, oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you, William, regarding the SCOTUS decision. Well, this DX might have been interesting, except that the next guy looking left is too close. Well, let's see if anybody in the room answers you are. So the question is, anybody use a fair value gap scanner? I don't think we have it at Trade Ideas. So I've heard the term, but I don't know what that. Maybe somebody in the room is aware of it. Did I notice ICLR today? No. I guess I should have. Wow, nice recovery. Nice recovery. Yeah, over the high of yesterday now. Yeah, that was the awesome short. That was the one that we shorted yesterday. Shorted, but then you rode the wave up. Just a minute, please. It was Kerrisdale, really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, the big short seller. You know what? We haven't seen any of the big short, have we? I mean, I haven't seen any of the big short sellers for a long time. Maybe I've just missed them, but I haven't seen a big short seller come out with a big short, a scathing report on something. I haven't seen that for a while. Spruce Point? Okay. Well, I thought I saw some of you were shorting FSLY. This is obviously now it's a great continuation off earnings from yesterday. No, I can see why though. I mean, look at that, 1764. If you got it at the high, that was a heck of a pullback. But yeah, now that is at 932, so not quite the high of the day. That'd be the high of the day up here on 1765. Looking for a new high of the day, right? SGHC, okay. On the 12th, okay, so that was yesterday. A little bit, yeah, a little bit of a chop down, 930 down to 863, but not a massive move. The super group, okay. MLEC over 10, okay. Let's take a look at MLEC at the VWAP. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Obi. Yeah, look at that float though. 500,000 in the float, 520,000 in the float. Hanging over the VWAP actual numbers around 10, so right at the VWAP area. CART is an earnings play, guys. CART is an earnings play. I saw this one earlier. So it is up for the day, but it is fading. Card is an earnings play. It is fading. CART. Obviously, it's got room looking left, 32.63. So, I mean, it's got a ton of room, but it's up $4, but it is starting to fade. CART. All right. I haven't gone over the race yet today. This race right here. Notice how there's a top 10 list that has been automatically built. Take a look at NCI. What is it doing? NCI. So NCI, well, it's starting to fade. It's not shortable for me, so I couldn't attempt to short that one anyway, but starting to fade underneath the VWAP now. Ugh, that got ugly. What was the one you guys were talking about? Was it this one? The G? No, it was the other one that starts with a J, right? CGTL, halt and flush. Wow. It resumed at 349 and then it got halted on the way. Yeah, you're right. This looks like the next one that's just going to, well, it already has cratered, but another one of these China stocks that, yuck, right at the 200-day moving average. Take a look at where it could open, right, under, well, not going to be surprised if it actually opens under $1, but right now, 107 area. Okay, so Corsair had a little bit of a pullback. What did it pull back to? Look at that, guys. It pulled back into the VWAP area, so maybe that's going to hold it. Maybe. Okay, it pulled back into the VWAP area, so maybe that'll hold it. This is an earnings play, a really good one, like a really good one. No sound? Have I lost sound? Okay, so it must be on your end, Todd. If you can't hear, well, he can't hear me. Okay, so on your end, Todd, I'll have to just type that in if you can't hear me. First thing, okay, good. Remember, guys, if the sound disappears or maybe my screen disappears, first thing I would do is just try a refresh. Unless you see a lots of people, lot of people saying the same thing. It's probably just specific to your system. Just try to refresh, and that usually will bring it back. Well, that's why I had to type it in, PJ. Smart, Alec. All right, let me go over this race right here, okay? And the concept of racing. Before I do that, I want to take a look at VLY. VLY. I just wish, I'll probably take one of these that's coming up, that little scan that I made an adjustment to, if there was more room looking left. But right now, there's just not enough room for me to take this one, VLY. I don't like the alerts I'm getting though. So what I did was, and again, I can share it, but I don't think it's not ready for prime time, in my opinion. But what I did, the big change was restricting it when I get the alert. It's not more than 2% up or more than 2% down. Yes, so you can see right there, it's only up 1%. Maybe just starting out though. Okay, so Gabrielle in our YouTube room. So the first thing to do before I mean, I can show you how to set alarms and all that, but direct you to my homepage. Okay, Gabrielle. I just want to the Gabrielle or Gabriel, so I don't know your pronunciation. So if you click on my homepage link, I don't know if you haven't done this yet, please do this first. Okay, so click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit until you see education. Click on the more info. Scroll down a little bit more, and you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. If you've done this already, okay, but if you haven't done this, you have to do this first. Okay, it's sort of mandatory. This is 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. If you haven't done this, so let me know if you haven't done this. I almost want to force you to do this first because, most of the key elements are covered in these 12 short videos. If you just purchase it, I mean, do yourself a favor. It won't take you long to go through these 12 short videos. I know you're itching to get going, but so hopefully you can hear me. You might not have to do the login, of course, if you're already logged in. Oh, yes, Mr. Cotter. Is there a way to did you get it fixed yesterday, Rich? Are you getting data now in your single stock window? Oh, don't use the web-based version, Gabrielle, okay? Do not use the web-based version. Use the desktop version 100%, okay? Okay? So you can set up alarms with multiple filters, absolutely. That's the whole idea. I mean, what you're seeing here, this is, well, this scan, okay, this is in its infancy, okay? I'll answer your question in a second, Rich. This is in its infancy, but if I right click, configure, okay, so this is what I'm looking for. So here are the filters you're talking about, okay? The price is between 10 and, well, you have a lot of filters, but in this particular scan, if it's between 10 and $50, the relative volume is no more than 0.88 million shares are traded at least. The stock has to be up at least two 5-minute candles in a row or down two minute candles in a row, 5-minute candles in a row. Stock cannot be more than up 2% from yesterday's close or down more than 2% from yesterday's close. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes either a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. And yes, I can put a sound alert on it. So I know, that something has triggered. Okay. So, I mean, the power of the program, of course, is being able to construct your own type of scan of things that you like to see. But I would really recommend that you take a look at the getting started first, okay? But definitely use the desktop version. The only reason Well, we don't even really support the web-based version anymore. Okay, is there a way to modify the chart heating where the price, volume, revenue, et cetera, are? Say, don't know nothing. No, there's no delay. Everything is real time, Gabrielle. Okay, it is real time. So when I get an alert here, like for Tiva, okay, Tiva, I got an alert for Tiva, 3416. That was a real time alert. Okay, that was the high of the day, real time alert. So there's no delay. Shoot, but I mean, I'd love to take some of these, but I don't want to because the next high is too close. I'm just waiting for one, getting one in here where the high is sufficient away that I might want to take the trade. I don't have to worry about maybe being blocked at at a high that is fairly close. So I don't know what you mean, Rich. The chart heating where the price, volume, revenue area, etc. are. I don't quite understand what you mean. Talking to yeah, this room. So just to let you know, the ma- well, you should. It sounds like you probably want to come into what I call the main room, Gabrielle. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link again, there is another room, and it's a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Okay, it might suit you better than being in YouTube. If you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down a little bit, and then you see where it says trading room. So this room is way more active. Also, and it's free. It's the same. It is free, but there's a lot more interaction amongst traders here. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't get on the mic until 9 for both rooms, but this is open at 6:45. So if you're into pre-market action, so you can that's 6:45 Eastern time, and it's also open later. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but this room is usually open later. Today it'll be open till 3:45. Okay, so you can come into this room, and there's no time delay. In YouTube, there's about I don't know, 6 to 8 second time delay that YouTube imposes. There's no time delay in here, so it's up to you. I mean, you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. So again, Rich, so you're looking at this chart as an example. I think that's what you meant, the 3413, which is now 3420. I'm not sure what you're trying to do. I mean, this is my volume bars here, of course. This is the VWAP. I have the VWAP on my chart. So I'm not sure what you're trying to do or what the question is. The header? Oh, up here. Okay. You can expand the header if you want. I don't like to, but you can expand the header. You can expand the header. Is that what you want to do? But it's not adjustable. I mean, and what? So if I click on the little down arrow, okay, the two little down arrow. You see, there are two little up arrows. So if you click on the down arrow, you'll get more information. But you can't. No, you can't do it. No, it's not adjustable. Okay. I mean, that's why. Well, of course, that's why I do have the position in days range down here in my single stock window. But yeah, this is not adjustable. Well, again, but you're still having a problem with your single stock window, right? Um, Well, I mean, if you had a top list window, for instance, it depends what you're looking for. Okay, if you had a top list window, of course, you can sort on any column. So here's the position and range. Okay, so I mean, I can sort on it if I want, so I can see that PDFS is right at the top here. It's right at the high because it's right over. If I wanted to see the percentage though, um, I could get rid of the graphical indicator. Okay, so now that's the percent that it's at, if that's what you want to do. So you can do that within a top list window easily enough. I guess you could do it and never tried it in an alert window, but I guess there's no reason why you can't put position in range in an alert window as long as you just add the column. Yeah. So if you're quickly trying to, yeah, I mean, if you're quickly trying to see, no, I mean, give me a moment, just want to make the adjustment again. I like the graphical. Yeah, without having the single stock window, I don't think there's any way you can have it on the chart, right? There's no way on the chart, right, Pepe? There's no way to adjust this. I don't think there's any way that you can make additions to this. I think this is just it's not customizable. Yeah, so it's not customizable, unfortunately. So if you go to the support questions, Rich, you Pepe is trying to help you again. Maybe you didn't see this. You maybe try that. Just go to the support questions area. Pepe's got maybe a solution if you haven't tried this. It's so weird though that you're the well. I'm not saying you're the only one. Go to the support. See where it says support questions. The tab that says support questions right here. Okay. Okay. Just click on the support questions tab. There you go. I'm not saying you're the only one in our entire universe of users that has this problem, but you're the only one to date that is mentioned it. Okay, that for whatever reason you're just not getting the single stock data and the details. Give me one moment. I'm just trying something here. That's why I don't use it. That's why I don't use it, the position and range, because it's an like the in this particular window, I'm looking for all-time highs and all-time lows. So of course it's going to be there. But Rich, when you're talking about, so you just want to type in a symbol in the chart. It's not necessarily a symbol that you've been alerted on, like an alert window, because of course you could add the position and range column. Which won't make any sense though if you're looking for new highs or new lows, because of course it's going to be at the high. But if it's another type of alert window, that maybe it's a new 5-minute high or a 5-minute low or something like that. Of course, you could add the position and range, but you just want to be able to, oh, I wonder what Microsoft is, where Microsoft is, even though it's not showing up any one of your scans or not in a top list or any one of your scans. Is that correct? Is that yeah, so I understand. So just sort of you're thinking to yourself, I wonder where Microsoft is, position in days range. Without having to sort of look at the chart and try to figure out. I see. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know how you can do it. I don't think you can do it any way if it's just sort of a random stock that you're wondering about. Now I'll have to ask you: is there any particular reason why you would want to pick a random stock? Just out of curiosity. What is the heat map to the right of the chart? Are you talking about this over here? This green and red? Is that what you're talking? Oh, okay. So that is so in order to enact it, it's just a you may not. Yeah, I think you're probably an experienced trader. I mean, you might use it, but what it means is if I click on Microsoft right now, MS, if I wanted to take Microsoft right now at $400, let me find a better one so I can see the maybe see the bottom of this. Okay, so what they're saying is if you took FSLY right now at 1794, a suggested stop would be 1736. Okay, that's what that is. And then the green would just be double the difference, double the red bar. Okay, you can't see it on the top here because it's outside the range. So let's just say that was 50 cents away. Let's just say it was 50 cents away from where if you took it at 18 and say that was at 1850 or 1750, 50 cents away, then that green would be a dollar on top. Okay, it's so how to enact it? Just right click on your chart and go to properties and show smart risk levels. Okay, so right click on your chart and go to properties and then show smart risk levels. Okay, and then every time you click on a symbol, every time, what you're trying to tell you is at the time you clicked on it, at the price you clicked on it, a suggestion. Okay, just a suggestion. Doesn't mean you have to follow it. And if you're wondering how it's calculated, I think it's got something to do with ATR, but I cannot tell you the exact formula that is used. Let's call it is proprietary. Okay, so it's a bit of a guide. Well, Todd, which one is it? Because I'm going to yell at you. I might yell at you. I'm going to yell at you. So here's where you could have taken some profit. Completely understand. Take some profit right there, and that's probably where you did it, right? And by the way, if anybody's new here, I'm just kidding. Okay, about yelling at Todd, but we talk about this all the time. Using the trade wave to keep you in a trade a lot longer than you normally would. Okay, and so if you'd been in this trade down here at say 1654, and you watch it get up to 17, like a dollar, sure, there's no question I would have taken some off here, but I would not have got out my entire position. Okay, I would have waited to see because it didn't turn orange, so the trend had not completely changed. Yes, there was a bit of a pullback, but not get out of my entire position. And in this particular case, yeah, you would have been rewarded. Will it happen all the time? No, but but in this particular case, certainly would have been rewarded. Okay. You don't actually need the browser interface checked. Okay. If you right click here, I'm going to look at the daily chart. You don't need it. Properties, the same thing. Show smart risk. So you don't need browser interface checked if you don't want to use the browser interface charts. Okay. The browser interface has to be checked if you want to follow the wave, which I really love on my intraday charts. Now, if you've been looking at a 5 minute, it's even worse for you, okay? Because in a 5 minute chart, you would have maybe taken some off right there, and that's it. You'd still be in it. Now, remember what I always talk about: as it gets parabolic, as that bar starts losing, is not touching the top of the wave anymore, then you're starting to get parabolic, and that's where I start to get a little nervous, thinking, maybe depends where you're in the trade. If you're down here, of course, you want it to go parabolic, but imagine people who just took it here. They're looking at this saying, oh, maybe I should take some profit. It's kind of a little parabolic. That's how I use it. Okay. That's how I use it. And also, Rich and anybody else, when I was talking about the smart risk levels and all that, remember, this is the stop if you took the trade right here at 3080. Later on, if you clicked on it later on, that stop will have gone up, okay? Because it's based on where you're clicking on the symbol, what price you're clicking on the symbol. So the Atom, man, oh man, was that an awesome one from our AI? I mean, I did not. I should have considered it just because it was an earnings play, one of these cheap earnings plays that it's having its day. I mean, look at the volume, 8.9 million, 30 million in the float. It's trading 63 times normal. I was concentrating way more on the Corsair. Again, one day, guys, I'm just not going to talk to you for maybe the first hour or so. Look at this. This is a re-entry for this SXT. What a great re-entry on the short. So if you have our AI, if you have our AI, so the smart stop is sort of what I described. Okay, the smart stop is if you click on a symbol. Okay, you click on a symbol, and the smart stop is generated on the chart. Nothing to do with the AI. Okay, the AI has its own way of creating a stop. Okay, so there's a stop price in our AI for these symbols. Has nothing to do with what you're seeing on a chart. Okay, the AI stop is calculated in a different way. So what I was trying to show you though is look at the SXT. Got stopped out. It's the only one that got actually stopped out. This was a short opportunity, 93.74, but at some point in time, and in fact, look at that. Like within 3 minutes, it hit the stop, 96.55. Then it came back down. You get a re-entry. You get a re-entry, 95.14. Why that number? It's halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. Halfway between 93.74 and 96.55 is 95.14. You could have, if you took it the first time and made the stop and got out, or maybe you didn't take it the first time, you waited, you could have taken it right here and 95.14 and now down to 91. Um I don't know why. It probably shouldn't be there. We have way too many columns anyway. Let me see. I don't have it added, so I'll see what it even looks like. Yeah, I don't know. Look at this. It's 25 cents, 75 cents. I disregard it. I don't know. I didn't even know what that means. I have to ask the guys. There's way too many columns we have. Yeah, I would just disregard it, okay? Because, I mean, it just I mean, yeah, I would just disregard it. I know somebody's asked that before, months ago, and there was some kind of an answer, but I would just completely disregard it. Wow, 25% now, 25% move now. So, I've said this before, I'll say it again. A lot of people just wait for reentries, you know? Now, you would have missed this, the atom right from the beginning, but a lot of people just wait for reentries. Look at it this way, maybe the AI was just a little bit early in the alert, and, it's setting up later, and it actually be a better price because remember, the original alert was at, 93.74 to short. Now you have an opportunity to short it at 95. So obviously better, but sometimes, some days, you won't get any reentries because what has to happen, the stock has to hit the stop at some point and then come halfway between that stop and the original entry price. Well, 11:17. Fast morning, guys, for me anyway. Give me a moment. Chris is going to answer that question. No, 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 Monica. Okay, yeah, probably something from behind the scenes that got pushed forward by accident. So, no, it's a long. It's a long. Adam was a long. I was talking about the SXT, Monica. Okay. No, this is a long, right from the beginning. 289 on the entry. Getting frustrating. Every time I'm getting an alert from that little scan that I've got, it's right at the next high or very close to the next high looking left. Now this one's got some room. LI's got some room, okay? LI does have some room. It's China, and here's Goldman piping in. This was yesterday, a target of 24. Okay, that was yesterday on LI. Hey, give me one moment, guys. Okay, Grumpy, I see your comment. You've said many disrespectful things to me over the years, so that's the last one. So I'm banning you forever. Goodbye, Grumpy. I'm kidding. I'd have to be pretty thin-skinned. I heard a little pop.
Sorry, but Barry, I'm just testing. I got a new computer.
Oh,
Just making sure
okay.
everything's okay. Yeah, just making sure everything's okay before I come in.
Everything's fine. Now you sound a little tinny, Andy. That's all I can say. Okay.
A little tinny, huh? Okay.
Yeah, your mic is. I'm talking to Andy. He's in our YouTube room, and he's going to be taking over for me in about 40 minutes. But you sound very
Oh, you
tinny.
know what, Barry? Does that sound better?
No,
No, it doesn't, huh?
no. It
Okay.
sounds like you're. Well, you just sound tinny. I mean, that's the best way I
Okay.
can describe
I
it.
switched it to it was on my speakers. I switched it to my headset, but all right, I'll try to work
We'll
on
keep going. Keep going. I can listen to you for a while and maybe make some adjustments to your mic or something because yeah, you definitely sound tinny. Normally you sound perfect.
that. Okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
Okay, pop in anytime.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I was just talking to Andy in our YouTube room. He's going to be taking over for me. He's got a new computer, but he sounds very tinny on his mic when he usually sounds perfect. So, all right. Well, I shouldn't say never. I should never say never regarding banning, but it would have to be pretty darn bad. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. Here's your favorite one, William. Come on, get into this one. QVCGA. What is this one doing? All right. I'm surprised it's not halted. QVCGA. And of course, it's got a ton of room. It went crazy 3 days ago. Boy, Adam, what a move. What a fantastic, and look, the wave on the cheaper ones is not used. I mean, this is pretty darn good. I mean, there are areas where, the bars kinda got into the wave, and, but, other than that, I mean, this is an awesome wave for a cheap stock. I mean, there's no depends where you got in, of course, but you might have taken some off right there as it pierced down below. But other than that, I mean, this is ride that wave up. Just a fantastic alert from our AI. 30% move from the alert now. You mean in the old days, William? No, luckily I didn't get into the TV shopping. This TV shopping channels. Remember those days? Wow, pre-internet, really. Yeah, not you know what? And there are shorts available for me if it ever runs out of steam. But boy, oh boy, next high on a monthly chart is 532. Not saying it's getting there, of course. It and looks like what the same call it $5 on the weekly chart. Wow. Yeah. Well, I'm sure it became very addictive, William. I mean, there were the horror stories of, people maxing out their credit cards and all that in the early days of well, you can still do that now, but in the early days of, the shopping channels. Ah, look at that short on cart that I didn't take. Boy, FSLY just made another new high of the day. What a great continuation. Be interesting to see what happens on Tuesday. Remember, the markets closed on Monday, guys. For those of you outside of North America, the market is closed on Monday. And, we even have a holiday in British Columbia. I don't think it's, Monica, do you guys get that holiday on, Monday in Ontario? Like, we call it, Family Day or something, yeah, okay, so I don't think every province does it. Yeah, no holiday in Quebec. You get Saint Jean-Baptiste. Yeah, no, the US markets, it's President's Day in the US, okay? Well, the markets are closed, markets are closed, and well, Canada would be closed too because Ontario TSE is there, so, yeah, so the Canadian markets are closed, the US markets are closed. This was mainly for the, people outside of, North America. It's amazing how many people scream and yell at us on on the Monday that a market is closed, and they don't realize it, and they think, "What's wrong with your data? We're not getting any data." I'm jealous, AJ, on the riding the cart wave. Yeah, I looked at that earlier, and POAS has been halted for a while. Let's see. Okay, halted at 11 o'clock. So yeah, that's not good. Is this China? Singapore. So this could be a key rash. I mean, it's been halted for more than 30 minutes, right? 11:30 plus 19 seconds. So yeah, so it's been halted for more than 30 minutes now. That's not good if you're in this one. That's Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's an Amex stock. I mean, that not that that should matter. I mean, the float is 13 million. It's not crazy under 1 million. It's not really. It's it's traded 1.5 million. Not like it's a huge amount. Where are you getting that from? It's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to see it. Is that from the money machine? I won't know. I probably will not know. I'm sorry. I don't use it, and I'm sorry. I just don't know. And it's very hard for me to see this. Adjust exit positions, risk adjustment positions, 5 and 3. Um, yeah, I bet you Pepe knows. Yeah. Well, I did click on it, but didn't really enlarge that much for me. It enlarged, but not a lot. But it's, like risk adjust and risk entry, and I see it says 5 and 3. Probably the number of trades you can be in at the same time, something like that, perhaps? Well, and how long you're going to, be in the trade, perhaps, if you can adjust the minutes? Chris will know, I think. I just don't know, I'm sorry. I just don't use it, and I because I can't. So if you go it's possible, I hate to, ask Pepe, but if he's around, maybe he does know. Info at trade hyphen ideas and ask, Chris is around, so you can ask for him, but just, indicate what you're looking for. Circle, do the same thing, a little screenshot. Wow, UPB guys, UPB is, getting hit here. UPB is getting hit as it is not an earnings play. Upstream Bio, it is getting hit, getting close to $10. I remember this one yesterday. I remember this one now. I think this was from our AI, a couple of days ago on a short. Obviously worked out very well. And continuation yesterday, and now a continuation today, and that is for, UPB. Where could it go to? I mean, the monthly low is right at that monthly low, which is 1054. So actually, it's below that monthly low. The next low is 925 on a monthly chart. So there is still kind of room. Be interesting to see if it takes out. Okay. So Pepe says if you hover inside the edit boxes of those, an explanation will pop up. So hover inside. So just hover inside the box. Thanks a lot, Pepe. Okay. Hover inside and a box will pop up. Okay. And it'll give you the explanation. Oh, the explanation is verbose. Well, I don't know what to say on that. Then I certainly would not be able to enhance it. I thought it just sort of limited maybe the number of entries you could have at any one time, and maybe the length and time you might want to hold them. I may be completely wrong, but come on, William, that's right up your alley. You're taking it 1010 and made 20 cents on it right now, or not quite 20 cents. All right, guys, 11:37. So in about 20 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break between it's between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Andy will be taking over for me. Hopefully, he'll get his mic situation. I mean, you can still hear him. It just sounded kind of tinny. Yeah, there's no real quit. I mean, if you had taken this and just rode the wave, got rid of some right there, and it kept riding that wave up on FSLY, it's right at the high of the day. Well, we're again on the monthly chart. Of course, it's got a ton of room still. Don't know where that would have been in February. So a couple of years ago, that month it hit 2577. Yeah, it's a YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in just ahead of when I leave. You can ask me questions though, Nico. Okay, you can. I mean, I may not be able to answer, but if I can, I will. You don't have to wait for the when I am gone. Yeah, I mean, the reason, one of the reasons maybe to go over to the other room when I'm gone, also because it's another trader taking over. Somebody at Trade Ideas, and we all have different trading ideas. Andy is more of a swing trader than I am. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so wouldn't would be easy to be more than me. but even Steve and him are saying it's difficult to swing trade right now. Well, it's just that, Vito. It's just a reentry. So if you miss it the first time, I see the reentry rate there, 684. Okay. Now it's a pretty big pullback, but you probably look at this one. Okay, the 9514. All it is you'll get a reentry if the stock hits the stop at any point, which it did, 673, and gets halfway again between that original entry price and the stop, which in this case is 684. Okay, that's all it is. And notice it. The other ones did. The only other one that did that was the SXT. So you can look at it this way: you can either wait for your entries all day long. May not get any. You're not going to get very many, and you'll miss something like an atom that just ripped right from the beginning. But some just wait for reentries. It's just The only issue with this one is that you like to see the reentry fairly soon after it exited, because this is a pretty big pullback. Look what happened on this reentry. You know, the original signal was at 9:53, and it got out. It literally got out three minutes later. Okay. Now this one is a lot longer. Now, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade. You know, you missed it the first time. You watch it at 684. Who knows? Maybe it'll. You know, it looks like it's trying to curl. But that's the theory behind it, okay? The buy sell, yeah, are you talking about in the, I'm sorry, are you talking about Nico in the AI? The buy sell, yeah, it doesn't matter what chart you're looking at, okay? I mean, that's just it'd be like saying this, you know, I'm getting, in this alert here, this is just a new high of the day, whether you see it on a 2-minute chart or a 5-minute chart or a 30-minute chart, it doesn't matter. It's just a new high of the day in this particular scan, okay? And so the AI is the same thing. It's not, it doesn't matter what time frame, if that makes sense. Again, look, and you can also look at the reentry as, again, in this particular case, Corsair worked beautifully from the 694. Okay. I mean, what did it get up to? I mean, it got up to 768. But had it hit the stop almost immediately and then come back, you can just sort of say to yourself, okay, the AI was a little bit early, on the alert, and giving you an opportunity if you miss it the first time, or if you just wait for a reentry. And again, the math is not anything crazy. I mean, it's just halfway. Okay, it's just halfway between the original alert price and the stop. That's all that is. It's just halfway. It's nothing scientific really, but it just gives you an opportunity if you missed it the first time, or if you just wait for them. I mean, there's nothing saying that Corsair won't start to rip again. Well, like anything, you have to watch the volume. I mean, yeah, you should watch on anything you're getting into. I would be watching volume. Just make sure the volume is still there. For something like Corsair, the volume should be probably pretty good all day long, just because, obviously at the very beginning of the day, it's a lot, but I would watch the volume just to make sure that there's still volume coming in. But that's like any alert you get. Boy, pins really did not do what a lot of us thought it would do, right? I mean, it just rebounded and has been rebounding most of the day after that big downturn, and then through the VWAP, and a little turn down here, not a little, but it probably, what was 14.94 down to 20 cent downturn there. But after that, just nice. So at this point, if you were short, AJ, you're short this cart right here, of course, is where you'd be, if, depending where you got in. Right here is where I'd be probably looking. Also, I would also go to a lower time frame just to see if there is a little transition. There's a wee one, okay? Just a little one here. Little transition to blue, but it's flattening out. So I would not be out of the entire trade. How are the financial stocks doing? I want to see XLF, see if they're recovering a little bit. Yeah, I mean, they're basically flat today. At least it's not down. A little bit above yesterday's close, but still down below that 200-day moving average. And the transports have come back a little bit. Transports are still way above the 200-day moving average, so it's not nearly as bleak as the financials. The 200-day is 71, so it's still way above. But so that was maybe just a blip. Maybe William, maybe a blip yesterday. Yeah, every time I hear the baseball bat, that's my sound alert on Williams scan. I have it on my right hand monitor. I just look right, and more than likely it's FSLY making another new high. So yeah, there are shorts available, 2 million shares available. It's going to be really interesting. First of all, I mean, look what it did yesterday. It did. No, this is not the one that closed at the high, but or near the high. But yeah, it's nonstop. After that brief move down, I mean, ever since here, it's been basically, well, that's a trend all the way up. Look at a 5-minute chart all the way up. I'm sure the market would like to have a nice close ahead of the 3-day weekend. So, Whitey, when you say, so there's a question in the support area. Of course, I cannot answer. Well, I can only put it out there, but have problems placing orders through Schwab. So, what are you talking? Are you talking about not being allowed to trade certain stocks? Is that what you mean, or is there something else? Or is it just general placing orders through Schwab? Okay, so you're talking about okay, so there is a way around it. You have to, and Obi said, and others have Thinkorswim, Schwab. If you go online and you start chatting, basically you have to ask them to take that limitation off. Okay, they're going to sort of make you kind of do sign a waiver, but to take that limitation off, and that'll last for at least a year or for 1 year. Okay. So you're talking about them preventing you from maybe trading something and you want to trade it, but you can get around that. So if you go to their, I guess their website, I mean, you could phone them, but it might take a lot longer to phone. So go to their website. Yeah, from within from within. So that's Thinkorswim and Schwab, the same, right? So Obi says from within the Thinkorswim client or the Schwab client, from within it. Okay, live chat support. So find the live chat support. Okay, and just tell them, hey, I'd like to be able to trade things that you're right now preventing me from trading. and they're going to say, okay, but you're it's sort of I don't know. So Obi, what did they do? Did they make you actually sign something? Sent you something and then you sign it, or was this all verbal? But that's how you get around it, okay? All verbal. So it's all verbal. So that's how you get around it, okay, Whitey? Do you understand? Okay, yeah. They made him attest to it via text and chat. And yeah, I guess that's good for a year. Okay. So it's not verbal. They make you attest to it via a text in the chat. But either way, it seems like a pretty quick process once you do it. So for instance, some of you could not trade MLEC, right? I didn't go over this. Maybe I'll go this afternoon. I'm going to be taking my break in about 8 minutes. Go over this race in the afternoon. Boy, look at Adam. My goodness, what a big miss by me. I was so concentrating on the Corsair, and the Atom just ran. It's amazing, though, isn't it? I mean, this Atom. We may not see this. Well, we did see it a few months ago too. It got up to 17. I don't really remember this, but this is what happens. A company releases earnings, they sort of lie dormant for a long, long time, really doing not much, and then they release earnings, and the reaction is this. Doesn't have either positive or negative. Not always this positive, or not necessarily also negative, but you get this one though. Look at the very positive reaction to earnings for Atom, ATLM. Now, whether we think it should be up 55% because of the earnings doesn't really matter what we think. Especially if you're in these active ones, AJ. I mean, yeah, you can sort of put price alerts and things like that, but if you're in a real active trade, I mean, I'm rarely in more than one trade at a time, and rarely more than two trades at a time. Rarely, even if I weren't doing this, moderating a room. Well, the MLAC just there it is. I'm surprised it's not on this list. Oh, it hasn't started yet. I'm sure it's going to be right at the top here. Well, and the other thing, I mean, if I were in, I would never want to have I would never want to be in like 5 MLEC type trades, with the crazy floats like that. Never, even if you put stops and all, I mean, you can blow right through your stop. So that, if you had 1,000 shares of this and you had a stop in place and it moves down, but it could be just accelerating right through your stop and you're not getting out everything at your stop. Yeah, I know you go market, but then you might be looking at a big loss. So that's why I would never ever be in several of these ones at the same time. But that's me. I'm not saying that others who can do it. That's great. Okay, 11:55, guys. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the room so you guys can head over to listen to Andy once he gets into the YouTube room. Here's the link to get in. He's not there yet, but he will be showing up soon, and he'll take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I'll put my announcement up. Oops. So I'm just waiting for that little telltale pop that I hear when somebody enters the YouTube room. Yeah, I turned my head. I heard the bat sound, and there's Fuseli making another one, another one. Well, 156, when you say a coin did not have good earnings, but up more than 15%, well, it's all the perception. Now, the fact that you didn't think it had good earnings, maybe when you say, like, I didn't look at it all, but whatever they said, the market liked it. Markets maybe didn't lose as much as people thought. I mean, who knows? Obviously, Bitcoin is surging today. It's almost back up to 70,000, so that's helping. My guess is that if Bitcoin had been tanking again today, coin would not be doing what it's doing. But not having read I don't read I just see a headline. This is what you're saying. I know Coinbase shares surged despite a weak quarterly results, but it doesn't really matter. It's the market reaction is this. But I think it must have more to do with the fact that Bitcoin now is up $3,700. And maybe, anybody who's into this sphere is just hoping maybe Bitcoin is trying to finally find a bottom or something. Speaking of that, I know Andy took IBIT. Probably, it might be still in it. I think he took it a few days ago at 36 last week. I think when I talked to him, I'll ask him when he gets in if he's still holding on to it. Now look at trading's easy, isn't it? Look at MLEC. I mean, this is the wild world of trading. With that sort of a float, 520,000 in the float. Look what it did. Got up to 1223, and right now it's down to 1036. This is a 2-minute chart, guys. So in a very brief period of time, it dropped a huge amount, and now it's halted. And now look where it could open. So this is one that, I know I say all the time, you take one of these, do not wander away from your computer. Yes, you can put a stop in, but great to hear, AJ. I know I really like the visual presentation of it all. All right, guys. Well, it's noon. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And for those of you who don't have the wave on your charts, when I get back from my little time off, I will, the hour, I'll show you how you can get it. It's part of the standard service. So, try it. Just a nice visual presentation to keep you in a trade a lot longer than probably there. I hear a little pop. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break now. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And Andy has just joined us in our YouTube room. Okay, my friend, what's the verdict?
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Does that sound better?
Way better. I don't know what you did.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I went into settings and the audio was set to Microsoft default or something like that. So I just had to change it to my headset. So
Ah, yeah. Isn't it?
you're
Yeah.
good.
You know, the
Uh,
thing about those, Andy, is that you probably said it a long time ago,
yep,
and you forget how you even do it because you do this thing like
exactly.
once 3 years ago, and you say, "Well, how do I change that? Where is that form that I should be looking at?"
Oh yeah. Well, lucky. Yeah, I found the settings wheel and
Yeah.
went in there, and so we're
Okay.
good. So that is a good thing. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you sound, crisp and clear just like always.
nice, nice.
Okay, my friend. Well,
All
I'll let
right,
you
man.
go. I'll
All right.
see you
Well,
in about an
enjoy
hour.
your hour, Barry.
I will, I
Yeah.
will.
No more
Yeah.
football to talk about, but
No more football,
I'll
just
say it publicly. Congratulations to your
thank you
Seahawks.
very much.
You
I
bet.
know it was a horrible game for most people to watch, but it was wonderful for us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anytime you get the W, man. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, my friend, we'll see you in
All
about
right.
an hour.
All right, Barry. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. All right. Hello, everybody. This is the support webinar. My name is Andy, and I'll be with you for the next hour or so. Seeing some regulars in here. If you do have any questions, just drop it into the chat, YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best. And I see Peppy is in here if I struggle to help me. So other than that, we can talk market. It's it hasn't been an easy market. You kind I'm kind of tiptoeing into these longs today and making sure that I scalp a little bit here and there. But other than that, yeah, it's been tough. It seems like every move gets slapped down, so I'm just waiting at any moment for this move to get slapped down. Rank a job. Boy, you're going to hit me hard with these hard questions. Uh, I think the reason I haven't dived into all the settings there on the money machine is we have a new version coming out, and there's going to be a lot of changes. So, and hopefully, I know they're working frantically to get this out, and it should be out, soon. I cannot give you any sort of date because I get in trouble when I do that. But uh, I think if you just be patient and wait for that new one, because a lot of things are going to change. We're going to make it a lot easier for you guys as far as that settings goes. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if that rank adjustment minutes will be in there, but uh, yeah, I don't want to dive too much into that. Iffy, Eh, Effie. How I feel about the market, Teddy. I'm not real bullish. Now that can obviously change, but I've been talking about in my videos. I mean, the spies have been kind of hanging out at all-time highs for about a month, and they really can't get through. Q's tech sector has been so weak, just been getting beat up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a rotation maybe in the tech sector. It's kind of what I bought a little Amazon today, bought a little Microsoft, but I will be scalping. I mean, they look horrible, so I'm not going in with big size, but I'm just uh, you get these crazy rotations, kind of like what you got in the home builders, kind of like what you got into the uh, uh, basic materials, energy. It wasn't too long ago; those charts all looked like crap. So I can't chase those highs. I was waiting for a lot of them to set up, but they just kept going, and that's just not my style. I typically will look for setups, but uh, so right now I'm actually doing some scalping and only position I feel like maybe this coin I actually picked up held yesterday. I got out of some yesterday after the close because it had that sudden move down. I knew this thing was overdone. It was probably going to get a bounce regardless of the earnings. But boy, you get scared in this market, man. Especially the way Bitcoin has been trading. But I think you got to watch levels. Honestly, what I would watch is the cues, okay? Because the spies are going to have a real time going back to all-time highs, in my opinion. Well, there's a lot of tech stocks in the spies. So you got your big ones, Apple, and you know, Amazon, et cetera. You know, a lot of those are have a big weighting in the spies. So you're going to have a hard time seeing the spies go back to highs, which have been holding up. Now they're below their moving averages, but that's why I think you could not see the spies really bust out here. I mean, it basically traded for well over a month, and just flirting around with all-time highs. And finally, yesterday they got tired. No, no, I trade a couple of I trade my 401k. I have another IRA that I trade, which I can do a little more shorting in that one, but uh, I don't have an account right now. I need to. If we get into a bear market, I need to set one up, but uh, I don't. Uh, no, I'm mostly a long side guy. Occasionally, I will and my do some TZA or something like that in my other account. Uh, but some triple ETFs if I feel like there's going to be a move, but not not a whole not a whole lot of shorting going on here. All right, let's see here. Will there be a time in the future when the money machine can trade both long and short in one session? It's difficult to say. If I would say yes, that shouldn't be an issue, because as long as you, but I don't. Let's wait till the new bill gets out, see what it looks like. I know there's been some changes, and honestly, I haven't even really. They've touched on them in a few of our meetings, but I'm really waiting to get my hands on that. I knew there was going to be a kind of uh, a makeover, of our current one, so I haven't really been spending a lot. And honestly, I haven't tried it on my new computer, but the money machine, our current one, was really dragging down my system. So probably a lot better on this one. This has a much stronger chip and more RAM, but I'm kind of holding out for the new money machine, which will be yes, yes, you can paper trade the money machine. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, and you can do it on our system, our brokerage plus. As a matter of fact, we highly recommend it. So, uh, hey, Trader 77, how are you? Let me see if I missed anything. Let's see. Tech sector software has got really, yeah, yes, yes, the AI. I think it's overdone, but we'll see. We'll see. Uh, I mean, I'm hoping this Amazon just wanted to shake the trees under that 200, but who knows? Yeah, I can see it just kind of doing a doji today. That's why I just scalped some up there near highs of the day. Uh, and Microsoft, the reason I'm kind of playing it, I thought uh, I bought it over here and scalped it. Let me close this in right quick and show you. You got the gap fill over here. And not only that, it's kind of a pivot level. You can see right here. So a lot of support here on this gap fill. And so I'm kind of hoping Microsoft has found a bottom. Now it does need to get back above this 10-year period moving average, and I'd feel a little more comfortable. Uh, but when I do things like this, and it's funny, you can see both of these tickled yesterday's lows and then bounced. There's Microsoft right there, and this Amazon, yeah, right there. It also doesn't mean it can't go back. Obviously, this market, man, the sellers come in here. Y'all bear with me just a second here. I'm gonna pull this over here real quick, just so I can manage it. I need to. I was taking a chance on this SMAR just a minute ago because I scalped RGTI earlier and they kept going, and then I noticed this thing was kind of setting up here, for a push. Got that 10-period moving average creeping underneath it, so this would definitely just be probably a day trade. if it works at all. Let's see, Teddy time. Let's see if we just range. Well, what I end up doing is when we is I hate to say it, but I end up doing a lot of day trading. When you get into a sloppy mess like this, or a lot of potential bear market, that's when I'll start doing a lot of day trading. It's it's kind of fruitless, right now, especially looking at the Qs, and now the spies are below, their moving average. That doesn't mean it can't change within the maybe next week. This stuff could turn around. Well, I still kind of use, as far as my tools for, and I'll give you a good example here, for scalping. I still use my setups, because honestly, some of your best day trades come off of daily setups. So I'll continue to use my swing trading setups, but I'll just have a much shorter time frame. Let me give you an example. I did not take this today. I was busy. I got a new computer and had to set up some things for this meeting, but uh, this NBIS was definitely on my watch list, and this is one, that you could have grabbed. I saw it, pretty early, but it's definitely one you could have grabbed through those moving averages, or even if you waited, till 95.49, it got all the way up to 100. That's a $5 move. So that would be an idea of how I may day trade. Look for setups. See if there's any other ones in here. This SYRE was on the list. Beautiful little break right there. See, look at that breakout right there. So that was a nice $2 move. Easy. Now, if I'm looking at my day trading mentality, I would uh I would look for a setup like that and just bang it out, you know, try to go for a couple of bucks. And just let me see. TNGX was another one on the list today. It's just having a hard time. But you still could have probably scalped it out for about, 45 cents if you bought it through yesterday's high. Trying to see what other ones are on. Gosh, this EXR, I barely missed it this morning. It jammed down. Look at yesterday, it had good. There's my stupid buy, and I missed it by like 2 cents. Let me get that out of there. But yeah, it had that nice volume, good sector, and just had that nice volume yesterday, and it got jammed down right to the 10-period moving average, and I barely missed it. I should have just reached up and grabbed it. Yeah, SMAR is having a tough time. Well, I got the 10-period moving average creeping up underneath, so Microsoft's looking better. Okay, Southern Tier. Let me see. Is there any particular tutorial with regards to order types and using Trade Ideas AI interface that you would suggest to help get me up to speed, especially with long trades? Uh, Order types. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at some examples. I haven't looked at it today, but let's look at the AI and see what we got. It's the best way to do it. Just go ahead and take a look here. So Adam came out of the gate. Man, there's some good. Let me see. Okay, got a couple of negative ones in there, but still a impressive day. Uh, let's take a look at Adam. Okay, Adam came out this morning at. Let me do entry time. Six. Why is it showing? I gotta fix this. I'm on Central Time. I don't know why it's showing. Looks like it's showing me. Uh, hmm, my other ones aren't doing that. So anyway, this came out very early this morning. If in the first 10 minutes of trading, 6:40, yes, 11 minutes of trading, triggered at 289. So even if you did not, get this, this is something that you may watch. Okay, you actually got a pullback here, and then what you could do is just kind of see if it takes out that 15-minute high, which it did. He pulled back, and then it took out that 15-minute high. And not only that, you had a level that it was, trying to kind of, well, that would have been right here. Yeah, once it got through that 306, your next resistance was 40 cents higher, way up here. So, the best thing to do, a lot of people wish we had automation for the AI. The problem is, you have slippage, and there's some trades you may not want to take. There's some, if you're a good trader, there's some things you'll pass on. This one right here at 694, that was actually a good one because it's breaking out of a level of resistance. So I think the best thing to do is just okay. Here's a recent one in RIVN. Okay, not bad at all. This is gapped up, came, you got triggered right here at and this is one maybe you just watch and you just watch and see if it takes out this level, and it did on that bar. It took out the two highs right there. Now I don't know if it's going to make it back to all-time highs, but and it's dealing with its 50-period moving average right now as well, which is at 1758. So it's stuck right here. If it gets through that, there's a real good chance this is going to go back to today's high, which is trying. But Southern Tier, probably the best way to do it. I mean, you can always like put in bids, on these things. So when maybe you get an alert, maybe you put in a bid 10, 15 cents lower, see if you can get hit. I mean, that's just kind of up to the trader. There's some you might not want to wait on. That Adam was really nice looking chart, and look at the volume, the relative volume. You see something like that, yeah, you probably don't want to stick a bid in here at 280. You probably won't get it, but you keep an eye on it, see if it takes out that 15-minute range breakout, which it did, and there you go. So, to answer your question, I would say probably be, just discretionary trading. See what charts fit your eyes, and let's do it's an interesting chart right here. If it breaks through. All right. Let's see. Hold on just 1 minute. Go. Yeah, I sometimes will play reversals. It all depends. It's uh it's not typically my style. Now, if I were kind of a fading strategy, or looking for a reversion to the mean strategy, that's something that I might do. Use a 15-minute bar reversal. Vito, it's really not my style. But I could understand people who do. There's people who trade that strategy very well. It's just I'm more of a kind of a setup guy. Yeah, both Oklo and Smart. It's amazing how these algos can make these things have the almost identical charts, 10 period kind of creeping up underneath it, maybe looking to push it higher. Steve says lift is interesting here. Let me take a look at lift. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for playing bottoms, it did just take out today's high. Not bad. I mean, if you'd wanted the 10 period moving average to hold if you took something like this. I mean, because you got to place something on the intraday since you really don't have a whole lot working for you on the daily. Ah, I said RIVN is tempting, but see if I can get. A lot of times you get a midday shakedown, pulls back. I don't want to. I don't want to chase like 9 up bars. But maybe gets a little shakeout before it goes to highs or before it temps highs. I was kind of disappointed I didn't get add more. I added a little bit in pre-market, not pre-market, but when the market opened on the pullback to 150. But gosh, I should have added right there as well. I did try to add up here, but I kept chasing. The thing gets about a 50-cent spread, and you start trying to bid in between, and you can't get hit, and it just keeps going higher. That's okay. This is one I may take out that buy, take out all these. Okay, SMAR's looking better. See if this thing can go back to highs here. Gosh, yeah, I scalped that RGTI. Now I wished I'd had it back, but such a guess in this market because you know as well as I do what you've seen lately, especially in these queues, and they get slapped down pretty quick. Just creeping higher though. No, no, they're the same moving averages. Well, I do have a 5 day. Okay, this is the 130 period on a 15-minute chart. And it's called what it does, it creates a 5 day moving average for you. So I on the 15-minute, I only thing I use is a 10 and this 130 uh, simple moving average. Now on my uh, daily charts, I use a 10, a 20, and a 50, and a 200, which on this one's going to be way up there. Oh, Pfizer. I bought some more of you when you went there. It's been a nice little trading stock for me lately, but I'm not crazy about that move right there. I may sell this. I've been in it for a long time. Been in it since over here. I do not like that though. Okay, let's take a quick look at the averages. I think the ones you spy, if the spy gets anywhere near this 50, that's probably an area that if I was playing anything to the long side, and that's not far, I would probably look to maybe take some profits. 64% or above their 50 moving average there, huh? Yeah, that's not a very strong, uh, you know, market. And honestly, Trader 77, it probably wasn't too much better than that. Just to, even though we were at all-time highs, let's take a look to see what the ones that's kind of been leading us. XLE, see how they're still holding up, still holding up well there. XHB, home builders been doing well. Gosh, still looking strong. That's why it's hard. I mean, it's hard to get too down. I think it's just maybe some sort of over, you know, sold, AI kind of panic move. It's really hard to get transportation's doing well to get negative on the market. But we all know that can turn in a dime. So I'm not bullish, but at the same time, it's hard to get bearish with some of these sectors showing the strength they're showing. It's just, gosh, you got XTN. What's that transports doing? They did have a jack down yesterday, but back up a little bit today. There you go, Amazon. What is Gosh, I just don't want to get a whole blotter full of stuff like I'm accustomed to doing, and then we get a big rug pull. Take a look at some of these other rot. Yeah, this market has been rot lately. Riot looking good. Mara, yeah. I actually bought some Hive. I don't have it on here because I just don't. These little piss ants I don't put on it. I got hit at 23 on a pullback. Uh, when I take a chance something like this, I just put a stop in and forget about it. I don't even want it on my blotter. Gosh, that rigor. Yeah, the quants are doing good. The nanos are really up, not having the kind of move that the quants are having today. Doesn't mean they can't, but take a look at the big boys. Not hard to get excited, about still looking at a lot of these moves. I mean, I'm looking at some of your better moves. Apple is still, that was an ugly day yesterday, and more weakness today in Apple. Just makes me want to. NVDA is not doing a whole lot. I mean, really, it's kind of why I kind of go for the ones that I hate to call it bottom fishing, but it kind of is what it is. But they've actually had a lot better moves than what I'm seeing in the other ones. Yeah, you know what? I quit playing silver. I mean, I played it a couple of times, but it just got your overnight moves. It would just kill you. I typically veto when it comes to bottom. I look for areas for maybe to like that Microsoft I just showed you where it kind of filled the gap and you have a nice little uh, it's Microsoft. I mean, how many times have you looked at these things after they sold off, 30, 35%, whatever. I'm not sure what the percentage is that you don't buy them and then summer will come around and be back to all-time highs. So it's kind of a safe trade. I'm not jumping in something that's very, skeptical, but I have to find something to get me in it. And in this case, it's this. Let me make the chart bigger so you can kind of see. All right, I can even zoom in now. So if you look here, you're going to see this is a defined pivot level right here around 395. Let's call it, maybe even 400. And that's exactly where it came down and hit and it was made the low that day. And since then, it's been holding it. Now it had a little bounce. And I actually scalped it on that one, and then I'm re-entering down here. Now, obviously, if it breaks that low, I'm out. This thing. I'm not going to sit in here and because if it breaks that, you're looking at maybe a 345 move. But I know it's below its moving averages, and I know but I'm playing more something on the daily. It doesn't always have to be moving averages. Sometimes it can be support, resistance, and things like that, where you're looking to maybe enter something. And the beautiful thing about something like this, now you don't go in huge, obviously, because it's still an ugly chart. Okay, it's still in a downtrend. There's nothing bullish about this chart, so you don't want to go in, you know, guns blazing. So maybe even a quarter position, a third of a position, just to kind of get it on the board. Because what happens is if it does reverse, now you have a really sweet uh, uh, average price where you can actually, add and it won't hurt you. You can add to it as it goes higher. But it's a different game. I don't do a whole lot of that. And Amazon was kind of the same. Uh, Amazon was actually kind of more of a psychological 200 level. 'Cause I don't even know if we have anything. Yeah. Well, you can see this is kind of a pivot level. Anytime you have a whole number like that, it's going to be a pivot level. It's just a psychological level. And my logic on that was, uh, hey, let's let it shook the trees. Okay, shook all the 200s out, the ones that had stops below 200. Now let's see if it can bounce. And even when I'm doing this, I'm still scalping along the way. You'll see I even took some profits in Amazon this morning. So, uh, so if I am wrong, I'm taking profits now. I haven't had a chance to take any profits in Microsoft, but doesn't mean that I won't. All right, let's take to see if there's any AI stocks that are in play today. Okay. Now the beautiful thing about this SMR now is I can pretty much define my out. Needs to hold that 10 period moving average. Let's take a look at the cues. We looked at the spies. Take a look at the cues. Where may they run into trouble? And really, they're not a whole lot here. Maybe when if it does make it back up to this level, well, 600, and let's see. Yeah, that was kind of the level it broke down from. So watch that 607, 608 level. Could be an area to where it runs into trouble. Yeah, that's kind of an area where you got to watch out for. Maybe where I'll look to scalp some of this. I really don't have enough to scalp. I told myself I gotta. Well, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been doing very well in this market lately. I don't think a lot of people have. PLTR. It's having a bounce today. It looks like. Yeah, PLTR is just kind of like a lot of your tech stocks. It's under pressure. It does have an area right over here that it did bounce. Okay. Uh, Big in the reason I'm staying away from something like that is, as far as a possible swing is just it's big in the AI, and I do not like the way after earnings it got crushed. Now it doesn't mean I can't change my mind if it gets up higher, but it's just not one AI just not a whole lot uh, in favor right now. I'm just not seeing a whole lot of opportunity. Now for day trade, it's fine. Obviously, it's kind of like this is not in favor any. I'm not looking to hold this forever, but I'm just kind of looking for a day trade on this one. Take a look at NNE. They all kind of look the same, like crap. But big short interest. So a lot of times, shorts been maybe sitting in some profits. They may want to recover, and sometimes that's how you get your best runs. Especially the SMR. It's got a 23 short float, so maybe you can get something going. What did Ribbon do here? APLD. Yeah, that's actually held up pretty well, though. You can see it's still above all its moving average. This is one, if the market you might want to keep an eye on because it's holding up relative to the market. This is doing just fine. I don't know where I would set a alert on this and almost have to be up here. It's a nice move. I wish I should have bought that pullback there. I think I'll just stick with my coin. That's the one I think was well overdone. Wouldn't mind seeing this get jammed down to pick up some more. It's running kind of at its 10 period moving average right now. Maybe this thing will back up a little bit. SMAR's not too far from highs. 77. Now, excuse me for 1 sec. I would like a 15-minute chart. If I'm looking for the spies here, you're seeing this over the last, let's call it hour and 15 minutes. You haven't had a bar reversal, so, but not necessarily. I mean, it depends. If you have a moving average, sometimes I'll use that. But uh, a bar reversal will definitely alert me. That hey, we could have a sentiment change here. Amazon's pulling back now. That's why you scalp along the way. And maybe I even pick some that I scalped up. It tries to come down and get slammed to that moving average. But like I said, I can see this thing doing like a perfect little spinning top. What you'll start to see when you stare at charts for 25 years, you will you'll learn to understand, potential patterns, like a stock that's been beaten up. A lot of times the bar before it reverses will either be maybe a doji or what we call a spinning top. Very similar. That's a perfect spinning top right there in Amazon. See how you got like a little, you know, topping tail and a bottoming tail, and I wouldn't be, quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if it closed, right at, uh, 199, and somewhere in between 199 and 200. Yeah, I mean, well, what you got to do is you got to take what the market's giving you, and if you're finding yourself, say you're a swing trader, you found these good setups. I'll show you a great example yesterday. Starbucks, uh, was setting up nicely yesterday, and it had a pop through that level, and then you're thinking, wow, but the market was not conducive to this being a swing trade and going back to earnings high, so maybe that's one where you either flat or you get out for a small loser or you scalp. You don't let this do that to you. Trying to think of another one too. There was another one on there. What was it? Oh, I got it on my sheet here. Oh, Yeti. Yeti had a nice little pop breakout. This was on the list. As a matter of fact, it was the top stock on the list, and it broke the level 48, around see 48.40, ran all the way up to 49, almost a buck of movement. There you go. It didn't fail. Now this one's still in play. This one looks like it didn't roll over quite as bad as Starbucks did, but definitely that's what you start to see. I start seeing a lot of my patterns that typically will work in a bull market, all of a sudden they stop working. Okay, what that tells me is they're sellers. Okay, when you get beautiful patterns like that that should work and should continue higher, get slammed down, that tells me. And I've been seeing this for a while, like for 6 weeks. It tells me they're sellers. There's a lot of people selling in this market now. Maybe it's over at some point. I don't know. The market will know at some point, but for right now, that's what we're seeing. So that's why you had the spies sitting up here near all-time highs for basically 6 weeks and could not go through. You had sellers. They were just feeding all those buying until the buyers had enough, backed away, and the sellers crammed it down. So, I who knows what happens. Yeah, I'm not going to say normally back in the olden days. I would say, we're probably going to sit here and be a mess for quite a while. But I've seen this market in 4 days be back to all-time highs. It's just crazy. But until then, I'm going to prefer to uh, do a lot of scalping. And I do not have a problem at all cutting this. I'm actually in at 1451 by the time I reached over here and bought it. So I'll probably, if it breaks 450, get out. Keep them tight in this market. Uh, yeah, I can definitely do that. Some real good reads. The stocks I would probably uh, uh, I could type. This is probably the best book on charting techniques, candlestick charting techniques. It's called Japanese. The first edition was probably back in the 80s, but it's kind of been the Bible for traders over the years for candlestick charting. It's called Japanese. I'd get the most recent edition. Great book. Uh, you got to read Reminiscence of a, if I can spell, Reminiscence. There you go. Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. This is a true story going back to the early 1900s about Jesse Livermore, the boy plunger. Great read on crowd psychology. He's got some of the best all-time quotes. I would definitely, that's a fun read too. I think I've read that book probably about 6 times. But a great book on crowd psychology. And then Trading in the Zone. Trading in the Zone is probably the other one I would highly recommend. Yeah, Trading in the Zone. Get that one. That's a really good one. Yeah, these quants, I thought they may have a push uh with the nano. I'm sorry, these nanos that would have a push with the quants, but they're not. And so that being said, going to keep that. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and put my stop in right now on this thing. Way this market trades. Okay, hold on. Sorry about this. Huh. Just stick it in there at 1548. Sectors. Bitcoin is performing the best. And I got stopped out of that sucker yesterday. That's okay. I'll play it through Cone here. Coin. Silver's doing good. XRP, GDX, ARK's trying to have a bounce. Those stocks have just been getting crushed. Man. Probably, and I thought about it. I bet you some of them bounced today. Let's take a look real quick. I'm sure they did. They were so oversold. Yep, a lot of green. Hood, nice bounce. Path, not too much of one there. The sign just been getting destroyed. Donkey Kong had earnings today. Just pathetic. Another earning in Pew. What about this? Look at this TDD, man. That used to be a what about $300 stock? 141. Let's go back here. Yeah. What a fall from grace that is. Yeah. No, I don't watch Kathy Wood. I just keep a list of the kind of the ARK stocks over. Well, I have it. Sometimes I'll pull it up. I took it down after everything started falling out of bed. It's like I don't need to be looking at these. Same thing can be said about the nanos and the quants. I mean, they may be leaving my desktop here pretty soon. But when they're oversold like this, I like to keep an eye on them for an oversold bounce. And SMAR is about to be gone. And I may get just wicked out, but very little patience in this market. All right, coin is because there's your bar reversal in the Qs there, Vito. Vito, is it Vito or Vito? So that's what I'm talking about. He kind of been cruising along, but let's see if it pops back up. Look at there. Well, it didn't really materialize, but you can see here if I zoom in, okay, you've had basically uh, uh, well, just look at green bars. You had a green bar here, you got it, which means the bar was closed higher than it opened. A green bar there, green there, green there, green there. This one's kind of flat. Another green bar. But if you look at the candlesticks, the lower end of the wicks, you can see this one finally penetrated and took out that low. Now, sometimes that could be, hey, watch out, because could have a reversal coming. Not necessarily, I definitely won't pound out of stocks just because I see something like that. But maybe I would take some, maybe take some off. Maybe if I had some profits, I would, nice profits, I would take some off. It looks like I got stopped out of SMR, which is fine. It's kind of a very tiny loser, but in this market, no patience. But honestly, for my style of trading, being a swing trader, typically I won't look, at bar reversals on the 15-minute chart. I'm playing the longer game. But that being said, like I told you, I'm doing more scalping now. So, but really the positions I have are not scalpers. That SMR was a scalper. But these positions, I'm really not looking to scalp. Well, Pfizer, I've been in for a while. And coin, you had about a 70% haircut in that one. So if you're going to play a stock that has been killed that much and you're going to have the guts to go in there, you really can't just scalp that. I mean, you got to try to play this for, a nice bounce, maybe even up to like 200 or something like that. Otherwise, you're better off playing momentum trades if you just want to do a scalp. So this one I'm looking to maybe add at some point, or at least keep this position until I go back to a flat or something like that. Yeah, I hear Barry. I hear dogs.
You hear a cat? You hear
I hear
some radio.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
That was a cat. That was a little meow of a cat.
Oh,
What's
okay.
wrong with you?
Okay. Okay.
Hey, by the way, did you keep your IBIT? I know you got in around 36, so
Oh,
it's
I got stopped out
still.
yesterday.
Oh, you did. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Like most,
Yeah,
like
like
most
you're
stocks, I'm
right,
sure.
like most. But the good thing is I did buy coin and hold it through earnings. So that one,
Why would you do
yeah,
that? Why in the world would you
because
hold coins?
because
Because
Barry, it had a 75% haircut. My theory was, hey, listen, it's built in. Okay, it's either
okay,
gonna,
all
if
right.
they have good earnings, this thing is gonna just ramp. If it has bad, I think it's still gonna creep higher. But
Well, and of
it
course,
was. Go ahead.
well, I'm going to say, of course, today it benefited from the fact that Bitcoin is up 3,700
Yes.
from
Yes.
yesterday's close.
Yeah.
That because when you look at the earnings release, it's not like it was great. It was
No.
just, but
No.
I
It
also
wasn't. It wasn't.
we talked about that one in the pre-market, and I don't know, you probably know this, but we actually said, if you think coin is going to move, you can take a look at CONL, way cheaper. That's the ETF
Oh yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
And plenty of volume. 29 million shares have traded, so I mean it's super liquid. Penny spreads all the way
Yeah.
up,
Oh yeah.
and you could have
There
played
you
that
go.
one. Yeah,
Yeah. Interesting.
there you go. Yeah, these I tell you what, these company ETFs that now they've exploded. If
Yes,
you don't
I've
have
noticed
one,
that. I've noticed
you,
that. Yes.
you know what it reminds me of? Remember in the early days of the internet and all that, and people talking about does your company have a website? Well, if you don't have a website, you're going to be left behind. I almost feel like if you don't have an ETF for your stock, and there are some obscure ones too. It's not just,
Sure.
you think NVIDIA's and the Microsofts and all that. Of course, they'd have ETFs. There is just some obscure stocks that have ETFs just for them. It's
Yep.
amazing.
Yep.
Amazing. Anyway,
Okay, yeah. Now the market did that bar reversal. Now it is it's probably going to come down and test that 10-period moving average in the Qs. I was just showing them uh, uh, when you have a bar reversal after a big move like this, sometimes that could be a typical a reversal coming. But
oh, I see. Okay.
yeah, we'll see. Now, like you got the 10-period moving average right here. And that's so who knows? But that could be a sign to maybe take some profits if you're day trading or you know.
Well, Andy, all I can say is whoever they are, I'm sure they would like this market to at least be positive going into the long weekend. I don't know
Exactly.
who they are, but
I don't
you know what
either,
I mean.
Barry. Yeah, exactly.
The stew about it for 3 days instead. All right, Andy. Well,
All
listen,
right, big guy.
thank you so
All
much
right, you
for
bet,
spelling
man.
me, and we'll see you next week.
All right, have a good one, Barry. And everybody have a
Okay.
great weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm just getting my rooms, get back in both rooms. Okay, I'm back in both rooms. A couple other things to do. Rooms. And so while I wasn't really gone, I was actually sitting here. Yeah, I took advantage. I thought I was hoping it would go a little further, but it didn't do too badly. I took advantage of the re-entry on the Corsair. We talked about that. I said it would be nicer if it was a little closer to the to when it exited, and then the re-entry. But it was it was 2 hours anyway afterwards. But waited for the 7 break. Yeah, and it ran up here. I got up to what 740 or so. So made a little bit on that, on the 7 break. Hoping it would keep going, but not bad, not bad. I actually even took it. I was wondering should I take it before the VWAP. I said, you know what, take it before the VWAP. It goes down to 694. You get out. So anyway, that was it for me. Not very much activity for me today. Okay, now, whoa. I mean, this was delayed reaction, of course. Like, not would have been easy to hold on, but I see on William Scan we had an alert for JDZG at 953 at 214. That was the price. 298 now, but it would not have been easy to hold on. Again, it's one of these little China stocks. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in right there. Well, I can give it to you. See, I'll make sure I don't have it. I think. Yeah, I don't think there's a sound alert on it. The one that I've got here, I can give it to you. This is the don't repeat version of it. Okay. You won't get all these are the alerts that have happened today. So not this is the don't repeat version. So not too many alerts. And I have a delay on it. You won't get an alert until at least 9:45. The last one was at 12:26. Okay. And pink means a suggestion. Look at that UPB. I mean, we watched that one earlier. UPB 1021, 910 now. That's a suggestion to short. So pink is a suggestion to short, green a suggestion to go long. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? 1:06. So one last time for the week is to go over my homepage. Now that scan is not on my homepage. Not sure I'm going to add it, but it's not on my homepage. But if you ask me for it, I can always give it to you. All right. So on my homepage, as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 22% off the first month only. The first month only. Why I keep repeating it is because we get so many emails saying, "Hey, how come I'm being charged more than I got charged that first month?" Well, that's the reason. You get the discount off the first month only. If we offered the same discount month to month, why would anybody take out an annual? You know, no advantage, right? So, first month only, 22% off the first month only, or the entire year. Now, obviously, the reason for taking out a subscription for the whole year, if you can afford it, you've got to come up with the money up front and you've got to know you want the product. Okay. But obviously, your per month cost is less. And that's both for our standard and our premium service. Now, the reason why people take premium is usually, I would say almost 98%, just to have access to our AI. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, it would really help the rooms if you use my code because the company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, I also have another room that I'm moderating. This is way more active. Okay. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you want to get into a way more active room, here, this is it. It's free. Same thing. Couple of big differences though. There's no time delay. It's Yahoo. YouTube imposes about an 8-second time delay in our YouTube room. There's no time delay. Also, this room, Obi, thank you, Obi, opens this room up every morning at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, I don't, living in Vancouver, way too early for me, but Obi opens it up at 6:45. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come in here at 6:45. I usually leave between 2 to 2:30. Always saying later if there are questions. William usually and well almost always keeps this room open after I leave, and today he says he's going to keep it open till 3:45. Okay, so this room most days is open from 6:45 to probably at least 3:45, even though I'm not there. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. Yes, AJ. Yes, you can. You can you can definitely if you want to use my code, just tell them what you want to do. Okay, just tell them what you want to do. You want to upgrade to a premium service and use my code Barry22 and they'll definitely do that for you. Okay. I can't do it for you. I just don't have access to the account. So if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, okay. So you can't click on it, but if you that's our general info email, and there's indicate that what you want to do. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for it. Okay, so they can look up your account. Okay. And keep scrolling down. If you've clicked on my homepage link right here, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, and the trades of the week are, you'll get an email. It'll, obviously indicate what the trade of the week is, a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is completely up to you. Now, if you take out a subscription, the very first thing you must do, you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing mandatory that you do, okay? Getting started with Trade Ideas covers most of the key elements of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us, even for a month, okay? A month A monthly subscription is just month to month. There's no long-term contract, so you can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are, or here it is. The two races that you see here, the large cap race, and then this other race, which is the more volatile race, is here. The halts resumes is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Top 16 percentage-wise up, top 16 percentage-wise down. That's what they'll show you. But I have other scans that I am currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Any questions about them, feel free to ask. Boy, UPV. Wow, wow, wow. Did this have news? It was not an earnings play, as I recall. I think it might have been an earnings play. No, it wasn't earnings. I don't know when they have earnings. They have earnings in March, but they got hit yesterday or 2 days ago. That was an AI alert. Okay, that was an AI alert to short, and that was at 6. Man, this is so frustrating. This your chart is big enough. I just can't see the numbers underneath. I guess it was. I guess the alert was at 1640 to short. I want to say 1640 to short. So this is a third day continuation on the way down. By the way, AJ, I should have asked you. Do you mind if we use what you posted about how you're finding TradeWave is really beneficial to you? Do you mind if we use it as a bit of a testimonial? Basically, I just copy and paste what you put. That's it. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. And you know what? Maybe if Dan sees that, maybe he'll keep pressing them to get the buy and sell flags on real-time alerts. So I really haven't looked at their races at all today. So let me look at this race. Okay. Yeah, but Pepe, you were the one who said that he's hearing all the questions about it, or all the pleadings. Tell you what, Poe, you can get 1 year free if you sign up for 10 years. How's that? All right, let me go over this race, okay, and the idea of it. Before I do, though, I want to direct you to our user guide. So I put my homepage in YouTube and the two areas in the room, in the trading room. If you scroll down a bit and get to the education section, click on the more info. The user guide is right here. So click on the user guide. I have to expand this just a little bit so it's obvious. So here we go. TI stock racing. Okay, TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about here, it's all covered in here. There's your guide, how you can create your own race, your own set of parameters, your own time frame, etc. Yeah, I'm going to go over this in a little detail though, just to show you why some of you may want to use it. So in this race, okay, so I am running a 4-minute race. So we're 2 minutes into this race. The 2.33%, what does that mean? That means that this stock, ASBP, is up 2% since the start of the race. Okay, that's what that means. The stocks you see here, you notice that there are 10 stocks in here. There'll be a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day, automatically generated for you. You can see the same thing happened over here. This is the large cap version of this race. So it's automatically created for you. So why it's kind of a nice thing. You can just focus on these stocks if that's what you wanted. Never mind going anywhere else. You focus on these stocks. So FGL, let's see, FGL has won 4 races. What time is it now? 1:24. So there's about a minute, say a little less than a minute and a half in this race. If this remains on top, FGL, then it'll be add to its total, and that 4 will change to a 5. Now there's still time left. Somebody else could take over the top spot. So what I would do, usually I do this a lot earlier in the day when this is not a full list, but what I would do, you see a stock at the top, click on it, sure, click on it, just to see what's happening. I mean, this is ugly looking to me, very choppy looking 2-minute chart, but you don't know that until you click on it. But some of you might look at this and go, well, you know what? This is holding the VWAP. Maybe I take some. I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, this is if you're a bit of a VWAP player. I look at this and it looks a little too choppy for me. What's the VRME doing? This is verify me. I mean, you just don't know what sort of a setup you're going to get until you click on the symbol to see what's happening. Okay, FGL is back on the top position. So right here, I mean, it's trying. Maybe if it gets through the VWAP, maybe. So I maybe put a price alert. So that'd be very far away. I mean, we're in 1922 and the VWAP's at 2122. So that would be too far away. But maybe you look at this, and even though it is moving up, maybe that's just a brief move up. Maybe this turns into more of a short. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but the trend seems to be down now underneath the VWAP. And you can see FGL did win the last race, so now it's won 5 races. So yeah, you can click on any stock that's won a race before. Just check on it, see what's happening. And you see any stock in here, you don't have to wait for the stock to be at the top. You see anything that's in here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. Now here's another one, CNVS, pulling into the VWAP. Maybe it holds. So that's sort of the initial theory of the race. But the big theory of it is, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if you right click in the body of a race, box pops up, open the top list. So these stocks right now, and it's not a static list. There'll be stocks coming in and out of this list all day long because I'm going to right click and click on configure. Click on the summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from the close, the stock will show up here. So you can see if all of a sudden the stock got to $51, it would drop off this list, or if it dropped under $1, it would drop off the list, or if it wasn't up 2% from the close, it would drop off the list if it had been before. So that's why this is not necessarily like the list for the day. It is a dynamically changing list. So you can still use the top list this way. Right now, I'm sorting on the change from the close. Okay, the change from the close, that's the change from yesterday's close. And I've sorted on it. You basically, if you have the column header, you double left click rapidly, double left click quickly, and you can sort. So if you're looking for stocks, question always is, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Just things like that. That's how you can use a top list, as long as you have the column header. Obviously you'd have to have change in 5 minutes as a column header to have that. But, show me the stocks with the most relative volume. I just double left click on it. JDZG, 122 times normal. So I've clicked on, what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. Look at all the stocks that are up at least 10%. This is pretty strange, okay? The market sort of was desperate, I guess, to get into these ones today. But a lot of times you'll only see that up to 10%, down to here, down to here. And the rest of them are under 10 and moving down. So what happens is the race does not care where a stock is in this list of stocks. Okay. All the race cares about is since the race started, what stock is moving the most. So you see, HSDT is up 16%. Let me pick one down here. ASBP, which we saw, it's up 8.4%. Well, what if all of a sudden, though, it really started to move? It was up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list of stocks. Well, instead of having to stare at a list of stocks and try to pick out which one is moving, that's what the race does for you. The race does not care, does not care where it is in this list of stocks. Just cares that it's moving the most since the race started. Okay? So here's HYPD. It could be near the top, and just because a stock is near the top doesn't mean, you shouldn't look at it. The stock that's up 65% at the end of the day could be up 100%. And here's HSDT right there. So it's starting to move up. Okay, so that's why these stocks are showing up here. So if I right click on the top list window, notice launch real-time stock race. So hopefully this is starting to make a lot of sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and run the race on it. I mean, the fact that I want to see, this is what I want to see, does not have to be what you want to see. You might want a different price range, different volume, minimum volume. Maybe you want the price to be up 5% from yesterday's close. Maybe you want to, if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some filters in. Go ahead. You can, this is just what I want to see. Other thing you can do is if you have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day, maybe there's, 15 to 30. Well, maybe there's 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. Well, you create what we call a symbol list or a watch list. You attach it to the top list window, and you check it saying only the following list. Check that watch list, and then that is what is going to that's what's going to show you all day long. Just the stocks that you want to follow. Okay. The other thing in a watch list. The other thing, maybe you do some evening work. And you say, wow, these are the stocks I want to follow tomorrow. You create a watch list, a symbol list with those stocks in it, attach it to the top list, and launch the real-time stock race the next day. Okay? So it's very customizable. And then this race is a little bit different because, yeah, this is a unique day because the market's up. Okay, it's a unique day sometimes, but it's a pretty full list because I have a couple of 3 filters in here that really usually prevents a lot of stocks coming in. But even on a day like today, when the market was just, okay, please be up for the day. So there were a lot of stocks that are meeting the filter requirements. A lot of times when I look at this, you might only get 3 or 4 stocks, 5 or 10 stocks, not the same ones all day long. It'll be dynamic. So if I right click on configure, you'll see what the difference is. I have a different price range, but that's the main difference though, is the stock where in the position and range filter where the stock is basically almost at the high of the day. If I had 100, I have 95 in that min box. If I had 100, that would mean the stock is at the high of the day. So 95 means it's pretty close. But this is also what prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. 50 million minimum market or minimum float, and 500 million minimum market cap. So with these 3 filters, you generally do not get a list this big. Okay. And again, you can change anything you want. Ooh, William, I don't know. Why is there a delay in after the market closes? I don't watch Halsat resume after the close, and I'll notice that TI won't alert that stock is trading again. I don't know. I do not know. I can paste that in. but I don't know. Now, stocks that get halted after hours are not volatility halts, though, right? They have to be news halts. Not that that should matter, but so now, remember, I showed you in the guide where you can create your own race. But if you took this race as an example, you took this race, okay? I'm going to duplicate it, and then I'm going to stop the well right here. This gear. Here's how you can very quickly. Oh, I see. I see. So it's halted during the day for volatility, and then after. That's a good question. I really don't know, William. I've never. Of course, I'm not usually around in the post market, so I don't. How often does that happen that a stock is halted all day long and then it opens after hours? Can't happen that often, right? I do see that the POAS finally opened, got clobbered down, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I can paste that question into the general chat that we have going on, and maybe somebody has an idea, but I don't know. Let me do that right now. Oops. All right, I posted it in there, William. I obviously don't have an answer right off the bat. I've never even seen that, so I don't know. Never heard. I've never. You're the first person I've seen that asked that question. So, getting back to this gear right here allows you to if you took this one, but you didn't like some of the settings. Well, here's quickly, for instance, if you wanted to change the price range or the minimum volume, you could do it right here. But if you click on the advanced, you're going to see all the settings that are used right here. Okay. So here is where you can, make a lot of changes if you want, add some filters in. So you have the idea of the race, and then you can really start customizing it. If you don't like some of these values, change, or you want to add some filters that you would like to use, you can do it, and then just say okay, and then you launch the race on that. Okay. The other thing that if you stop a race by clicking on the box, so the race is stopped right now. So if I right click, show the race set. All this is in the guide. Okay. So here's how you control how long you want your race to run. Here's how you can control. So I've got 4 minutes there. Here's how you can control how many stocks you want to see. I've got 10. Ooh, what happened there? Anybody hear that? Okay, something crept into my my mic. Also, if you want to start the race when you load trade ideas. So, for instance, you might want to run this race when you load trade ideas in the pre-market. You can do that. You just have to check that auto start on load. Auto start on load, meaning auto start when you load trade ideas. So, if you're loading, the program before the market, before 9:30, you can run races, in the pre-market. What I've done, I've got auto start at time 9:30. That's my personal preference. Okay. So you guys heard that too. You guys heard that, right? Yeah, it did sound like a demon took over for half a second. Yeah, well, you guys heard it. Imagine it in my ear. I go, "Whoop." I had a bit of a jolt. How to work the race in after hours and pre-market? Okay, well, let's first of all, let me go to the short squeeze channel. Now, the other thing too, guys, if you load my race right now, if you're listening to all this and you hadn't loaded this race before or this one, you will not see this top 10 list. Your your race will start to show, the ones that have won the race over and over again when you load this race. So it's 131 right now. So your race will start at 131 and build a top 10 list from there. I started my race, of course, at 9:30. So that's why this is full. So don't think that I'm doing something, you're doing something wrong, because if you load my either of these two races and you're not seeing this, or even you're not seeing this exactly, because remember, I'm 2.5 minutes or 1.5 minutes into this race. Your race will start when you load the race. So you could have like a different looking leaderboard. Okay, so Ron, you asked short squeeze. Okay, let me go to the short squeeze channel. Click on new dock channel bar. Where is the short squeeze channel? There are short squeeze channel. Okay. Okay, so here's the race. Okay, here is the race. Now, let me just see what this. I'm gonna stop the race like I did before. I want to see what the race setup looks like. Show the race setup. Well, it says auto start on load, so it should. Okay, it says auto start on load. However, the only thing I want to make sure is that in the top list window, it doesn't have relative volume in it. Because if it does, well, in theory, this should work in the pre-market. Have you tried that? Ron, have you tried it? It should work in the pre-market. I'm just looking. I don't see any filters that are preventing it from working in the pre-market. And it should work. I mean, my races work after hours too. Have you actually tried it in the pre-market? Yeah, well, okay, because yeah, maybe nothing was going on in the pre-market. I mean, the stock has to be between 3 and 200, so that's a pretty wide range. Daily volume in over 5 days had to be at least 300,000 shares a day. I don't think that'll prevent anything. Because it does look at the pre-market volume as part of the daily volume. So I don't think I don't think that should prevent anything happening in the pre-market. Uh, s- it's looking at the year also. This should be okay. The float is okay. Yeah, the only thing I don't use this one, and I don't generally use this filter at all. I don't think that will block it. Maybe I hate to ask Pepe, but um, I don't think the average daily volume over 5 days. I don't think that should block it from anything happening. Like, does the market have to open? I'm wondering if the market has to actually open before that filter starts to make sense. No, the pre-market volume is not separate. Stocks unhinged. No. So the question is, no, the pre-market volume is not separate from the daily volume. It's added in. The daily volume is the pre-market plus 9:30 on. It's been asked many times, why can't we have just pre-market volume? We have post-market volume. But when you say, especially since the market hasn't opened in the pre-market, wow. I mean, there's so much happening in the pre-market right now that, and eventually, there's not going to be a so-called pre-market anymore. It's just going to be the market. In which case, I'm not sure how we're going to do it, how anybody's going to do it. to look at the volume. Is a running total every single day? No, I mean, there's gonna have to be a way. But when the market goes to, almost 24 hours a day, but I can definitely tell you though that our pre-market volume, when you see the volume for the day, it includes the pre-market volume. Okay. So that's the only thing I can think of is maybe that's going to block it. Maybe the market has to, 9:30 has to open for this filter to kick in. I mean, I just don't know. If you took, I'll, if you took this out, because I don't really think that you don't, I don't really think you need this in this filter. If you took that out, the other one is the position in year range, because that doesn't look at the pre-market, of course. Like a stock that, I mean, it's possible that's also blocking it, if that makes sense. Because remember, the position in year range, the stock could, a stock could go up to $20 in the pre-market. Okay, but it's not going to count that. And if that was the high of the year, it's not going to count that as being the high of the year, if that makes sense. So it's possible that those two are blocking it. I know that Chris, yeah, Chris answered that question, William. He says no clue. Yeah, no clue. Possible, yeah. Maybe we're changing servers after hours or something. There's a brief blip. So I've asked the question. Oh, okay, so it should not be blocking. Okay, I'm going to. I asked Chris the question. I hate to pile on him there, so I'm going to just delete that message then. Yeah, that's all I could think of. That it wants the market to open and then see what the 5-day average is. But so it should not. So, Ron, how many times have you tried that? How many times have you tried it? Is just today? I mean, it's possible that it's just today that you're not getting anything. Also, yeah, I just wanted to make sure live always is checked. Okay, so you don't have live during market hours checked, right? I mean, I'm sure you don't have it checked because you wouldn't know to do that. So is this the first day you've tried it, Ron? So what you could do instead of having it to go to the channel also, if you're interested and you want to see it maybe on Tuesday, just to see what happens. The other thing to do, how you could see if it is actually working, and the fact that maybe there was nothing is if you right click on it and then open the top list, and if it was empty, then well, there's no stocks are meeting the filter requirements. Oops. Yeah. So the short float is 10%. So I let's see what the top list is looking for. Is there a minimum on that? That's not blocking it. Yeah, 10%. So you can see why you can see that FSLY just snuck in at 10.13%. So that's why. So the idea is that, something that is really moving with at least a 10% short float. That's what this one is all about. And there's Wolf at a 34%. Yeah, so it's, could be a kind of a cool race to use. All you have to do is just pop it out, right click, duplicate into a free floating window. So it's if you don't want to stay in the channel all day long, and then that also allows you to do things like click on the gear, click on the advanced, and see what the filters are using, what's driving this race. So if you want to make some quick changes, you can do so. Remember, if you make quick changes within the channel, it's fine. If you're within the channel and you make changes, the changes will be active. But the minute you leave this a channel and then you come back to it, the changes are not saved. And the reason for that should be obvious, I guess, is that maybe you look at this price range and you say, well, I don't want 3 to 200. I want between 2 and 50. Well, that's what you want, but maybe not everybody wants the same thing. So this cannot be. You can change it while you're in the channel, but the minute you leave a channel, the channel will come back. It'll revert to these numbers. Best thing to do is just pop it out if you really want to follow this. Every day, just pop it out so you can. Then you make your changes. Then it's yours. You sort of customize it to your style of trading. So that's what Pepe is saying. Okay, so yeah, it should be fine. Now I see what you're saying. You can actually do a replay of a race using pre-market times, and so and it was active. So maybe it's just I don't know when I don't know when you launched it. Yeah, you could modify and create your own channel. Yes, you'd have to, but you can't. You can create your own channel if you want to. Sure. Most people don't want everything that's in the channel though. Stocks on Hinge. I most people just want maybe certain aspects of it. Let's take a look at our sector status to see if anything has really dramatically changed. Now that the market looks like we might head into the 3-day weekend on a positive note. So silver, when we last looked, silver was still the top sector, and the worst sector was well, there's nothing. Well, there's still XLF is still the worst sector, but at least it's gone positive. Okay, it is. It has gone positive, barely. So let's take a look at financials. So not quite 50-50, but top financial is MCO, and what's the worst one? Visa is still the worst one. Technology. So AMAT, I think AMAT was an earnings play. Yeah, AMAT was an earnings play. Look at that, $358. There was maybe one down. Zebra, NVDA. NVIDIA is negative for the day. Okay, Apple's negative for the day. Avco is negative. Broadcom. So these are, these are the ones that are down for the day. The worst one is Zebra. Remember, this is something that some of you might just, this is how some of you may, this might be the only reason you use trade ideas. Industrials, let's see what's down. And any reason? 3M, not an earnings play, but for whatever reason, 3M is down. I don't have it. If you don't know, I don't have it. I mean, there is a list here. I don't know if he was looking at this one. You can make your own, of course. You can make your own. But we also have, if I look at ETF racing, these are a lot of ETFs right here, of course. Okay, a lot of ETFs here. Now, these are not necessarily like sector ETFs. I mean, ConX is obviously the one for coin as an example. So they're not necessarily all sector ETFs. Exactly. But here is the list of them in this. Here is the list of them. If that's what you're talking about, if that's what he was showing you. Them are all races start from a top list window. So here they are in this race. Those are the ones moving up, and these are the ones that are moving down. And so there are a ton of. Well, I don't know if we can, you'd have to go through the list and separate. Okay. Oh, they were just ETFs? Okay. Well, yeah, so I don't have. Yeah, these are some of the leveraged ones where with stocks, like specific stocks. I don't know where he got it. Well, we have a leveraged ETF channel actually. No, is absolutely every one of them in. It's hard, I don't know who's. I actually at Trade Ideas. I'm not sure who is trying to keep up to date with them all, but we do have now only on the long side. I think well maybe two times. Let's see if we have short and long. So this is a 2-time ETF race. Okay, and again, open the top list, and here they are in here. A lot of them, and actually, it's on the downside also. Oh, you got well. Let's see. Do they have the Qs in here? You could always add it. You know, easiest way to do it would be because you can't modify this. Okay, you can't go in here and modify this, but you could do this something like this. Copy them all, and then put them into and then create your symbol list with these in here. Maybe if you don't want, so you could actually get rid of the leveraged ones, or just have the ETFs. Get rid of the ones that are. But add. You can now. Then you could add the Qs and the SPY in here if you want. Yeah, you could do it. It's just that, obviously this is in. You can copy this really simple. The AI may not give you a copyable list. But you could type them in. So Rivian came all the way back because Rivian's been on a wild swing. Well, I don't know, wild swings, but certainly big swings today. It's an earnings play, and it looked good at the beginning, and it looks good now. It's at the high of the day. Yes, you can see it's at the high of the day. It did get down to 1634, and then I guess it must have popped off that. Well, this VTRS is starting to sink here. It just went negative. It just went negative. VTRS just went negative. This is not an earnings play. I don't know what they do. Global healthcare company. Okay. Little extended though. Little extended. Would have been interesting had we seen it up here. But VTRS, yeah, it just went negative. So Poe must have traded this one. POAS. You are like to take these beaten up stocks and maybe make a little money on them. You take this one. I mean, how could you not take POAS Poe? How could you not take it? It's got half your name in there. Okay. Now, William, are you calling our buddy Poe? I know. I know. Like, what if I called Bill what you just called Poe? What is Bill doing today? William. What is not bad? Oh, yeah, he's your dog. Okay, I was trying to figure out why. All right, guys. Well, we're getting pretty close, actually. It's 1:56. So again, I'll always hang around if there are questions, but I might be taking out pretty soon. Okay. And remember, the markets close on Monday. Is that a serious question? After hours? If it's a serious question, a minuscule amount. I can't even remember the last time. The only time I would trade in the after hours, and I haven't done it for probably years. If I'm in a trade and I want to hold it to see what happens after hours, okay, obviously then I'm going to trade it out after hours more than likely. If it's a stock that has been really, really active and I'm not in it yet, and it closes near the high, I'll watch maybe for the first 5 minutes, and if it starts to scoot a little bit after hours, that is maybe when I'll take one. But I haven't done it for so long, so long. Yeah, only limits after hours. Yeah, I haven't done it for so long, but it's because I'm not usually hanging around watching. And some of these companies, I know like, I know you like to stick around for earnings, but boy, I've seen, you see some kind of big, like a big, excuse me, big candle up, and then next second, big candle down. So I've had enough of staring at a screen to pay attention to what's happening after hours. Well, there's the POAS halted again on the way down. Okay. Now, Poe, that must be it for you, right? What is the low now? What is the low today? Well, yeah, it's a pre-market, or not. Sorry, not pre-market. What's the low today? Is 80 53 cents. Really, 53 cents. It got down to 53 cents after that. Wow. The big red, not available for short sale for POAS, which is probably a darn good thing. So the question, Vito, is really, why was it up like this? There was no reason for it to be up like this. Yeah, and it's in this case is a Singaporean. Usually you see it with Singapore or China, a lot of China. There's no reason for this to have been up here. There's no reason. I mean, when I say reason, no legitimate news. Okay, some group somewhere probably got a hold of it early, drove it up, and then they just fled. Okay, guys. UPB, did it crack through 9? I don't think so. Yeah, well, it finally had a bounce at 9 after. Just one moment, please. This is This was a sneaky one, guys. This was an earnings play. Didn't really see it. I'm seeing it now. CPS, Cooper Standard, kind of a sneaky one. Could be interesting to watch on Tuesday because it looks like it's going to close near the high of the day. Well, of course, it could fall off. Of course, we have still another couple of hours, but it's near the high of the day right now. Does it for CPS? Okay, Sharma, I'll take your word for it and not look at the. Here's the reported better than expected Q4 sales results. How about double-digit EBITDA margin for while accelerating China growth? Okay, they're in China. They're not a China stock, but they obviously have dealings in China. Wow. The CEO said that they secured $298 million in net new business awards in 2025 and described the year as our best operational performance in company history. Deliver well. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll pop a stock a lot. What's the float? Well, it's a low float too. 17 million in the float. $46 stock now. This will be really interesting to see what happens with this one on Tuesday. I would. Well, I think it's expensive for the float. That's all. I look at 17 million with. I usually think of stocks 20 million and under are going to be less than $46. But no, I see you. You're talking about the PE. Okay, I'm just talking about the stock price in relation to the float. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put CPS in a thumbnail chart right now, so I don't forget. It's going to be front and center. Because I will forget. So, but I'll have a note. In fact, what I'll do right now, make a note on my pad that I'll see on Tuesday morning. Okay. Because if it closes well, near the high of the day, it doesn't give up, get down to about halfway. Though FSLY, I mean, it didn't close near the high of the day, but thing is, you just never know. You never know what's going to happen. Second day could be a great second day continuation. FIO, okay, I see it. It's a top here, PHIO. Well, it's it's hung over the VWAP basically all day long. Well, at least from 12:22. I shouldn't say all day long, but 12:30 on. It's hung over the VWAP. If you're talking to me, Vito, no, I haven't had an experience like that. I can't remember the last time I shorted a China stock. It's not that I won't, but good morning or afternoon, Mr. Singh. Yeah, they can go either way fast. Exactly. But any low float stock can go anywhere. It doesn't have to be China. Believe me. Look at what is MLEC doing now? You remember when this one was up here and it got halted, it moved up here, and then it just shot down $2 just like that. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart. So it's not just China stocks. It's anything that has this happens to be what Cayman Islands. So, but anything with a super low float. After you pick up your kid, have you no shame, Poe? I can see him shooing. You're shooing him out of the car. So, Mr. Singh, do you have a question? You just showed up. I was just getting maybe set to leave, but I'll hang around if you have a question. But remember, the reason coin is up is because of what's happened to Bitcoin today, in my opinion. If Bitcoin was not up, there's no way coin would be doing what it's doing, with its sort of, call it, bad earnings. It's all to do with the fact that Bitcoin itself is up. So I think it's probably lifting virtually all the crypto plays. My opinion. If Bitcoin was down 3,700 instead of up 3,700, I don't think there's any way in the world that coin would be up the way it is. Yeah, I know but it's all tied in. That's my opinion, anyway. When I say Bitcoin, I mean I'm talking crypto. Yeah, Bitcoin's right at just a touch over 69,000. So let's see what IBIT is doing. Is this really a bottom now? Nope, no thoughts. The market is what the market does. I mean, I'm sure there's somewhere there's a thesis, but I don't have it. Ask Gemini. Seriously, ask Gemini. Probably give you some kind of an idea. Seriously. All right. Well, I was sort of hanging around to see if Mr. Singh had a question. He just showed up, said hello, but I asked if he had a question, but I don't see any response from him. So I think I'll start taking off now. So what I'm going to do for the YouTubers, I'm going to put my homepage link in. So if there's anybody left in YouTube that wants to come into the trading room, you can do so. Just click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and this room will be open till 3:45 today, okay? So again, this room, remember, Monday's a market holiday. So on Tuesday, this room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. And I'll get on the mic at about 9 o'clock for both of the rooms. So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now.